Welcome back to Savannah by Night, our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle here on Knights of Silvermoon. It is, of course, not our only game on this channel. We also have our Age of Innovation 19th century shenanigans of alternately explaining the world and how we got here and how it's all a mess, but in the most cartoonishly ridiculous way possible, with all kinds of supervillains that belong on a Victorian Saturday morning cartoon. Um, it's also preceding our Star Wars campaign. Do you want to tell them a little bit about that, Martel?
Sure. Play Star Wars about once a month, sometimes twice, sometimes not at all. Uh, this month we have opted to go the end, so we'll be seeing you on Friday, where we will be again just kind of trying to figure out what to do next because we have
Blew
finished
up.
an arc, and well, we didn't blow up. That was the thing. It was a bait and switch. Turns out everyone's okay. But yeah, we're trying to figure out where to go next. Really fun.
I'm sure they're okay. There were no clones or anything involved
There
in Star Wars.
were I've got clone PTSD now.
And Dreamy, where are you on Tuesdays?
You can find me Tuesdays at 7:30 Central over on Top Down Tabletop for Embers and Arcanum, a 2024 D&D adventure. What did we do? We were gonna make it through a couple of days and we made it through about a couple of hours because we have taken on this style of storytelling lately. But we're having visions, and I started making some connections while reading a spell book. Took a lot of psychic damage and don't really know where that came from, so we have a lot of fun theories to play around with.
Something, something. Her character's dad is actually the magic UPS man. If there are no other announcements, let's tell a goddamn vampire story, shall we? Last time on Savannah by Night. Deep in the woods of Skidaway Island, Artem, Chris, and Cora were beset by a fiercely aggressive creature with eerily indistinct features. Caked in mud and lacking definition to its otherwise humanoid shape, its only truly discernible trait beyond its array of jagged dagger-like teeth was vicious intent. Artem tried at first to scare it away while getting Cora to run to the car, but all he managed to do was stall it. Seconds later, Cora arrived with a lit road flare from her emergency kit. It unfortunately did not succeed in frightening the creature, only enraging it. Artem took the momentary distraction to turn his hands into a violent arrangement of claws and rip free an arm from the feral mudman. The creature's primal animalistic fury erupted as a deafening scream that momentarily seemed to become Artem's entire world, until Christiana slashed her own knife hands across its face. Outnumbered, dismembered, threatened with fire, the creature fled into the marshes. leaving the trio to make some uncomfortable yet highly necessary phone calls to the powers that be, all leading to an upcoming meeting with the prince. Ellie, for reasons not entirely clear, decided to bring Kate and Poppy out with them on a hunt, the young Nosferatu showing them, at least in part, how they go about feeding. Setting up a drop with a briefcase in the park, Ellie brought Poppy to more directly join them in the feed on the hapless mortal, while Kate stayed in the car as both the sober-minded chaperone and the potential getaway driver. Once all three were back in the car, the briefcase was revealed to be absolutely brimming with cash that Ellie was far, far too happy to share. The other two were, of course, naturally suspicious of this generosity, as it only raised more questions about why the Nosferatu would bring the pair of them along. Ellie leaned on a sympathetic nerve by saying how much Tabitha had liked and trusted them, that Ellie perhaps wanted to do so as well. Of course, how much of that is ultimately true is anyone's guess. Though with everyone heading back to Elysium for one reason or another, that is where we'll pick up. Artem, Chris, Cora, you're being escorted back to Wormslow as Vega drives ahead of you in something black, glossy, very Italian. A two-door Ferrari that you know if it was in the right hands could be made to just dance. Is there anything you want to say to each other mid-drive? Or are you in that shell-shocked, waiting it out as you're going to the principal's office?
How's everybody feeling?
It's not what I expected tonight.
Sorry.
You see Chris in the back seat, kind of wide-eyed in that wild fashion of she probably hasn't blinked in the last 10 minutes. She's no longer that shaking, trembling, hyperventilating style of coming down from a supernatural adrenaline crash, but she's still a little out of it.
I'm gonna look at her in the rearview mirror and say, but we got through it.
Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna sound a little crazy, but the other night was fucked up because I wanted to rip someone in half. Tonight, I tried to rip someone in half and it didn't work, and I'm feeling just a little fucking blue-balled, and I don't know what to do with my time.
So we know maybe Ellie will be there at the house. So you can have another try.
No.
Her phone goes off. Oh, fuck, it's Alden.
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah?
Hey, Cora.
Hold on. There's scene to this. Uh-huh. Kate and Poppy. I don't... And it just goes dead. Oh, I'm sure that's gonna be great for later.
What did he ask?
Who else knows? He didn't ask who knows all the details, just who might be aware that at least something happened.
Well, I hope they've had a fun night so far.
Coming in to crash it. Good for us.
You know, I should probably call the Primogen too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just a second. And she's gonna call Grace rather than calling Matilda directly.
Mhm. Yes.
Hi, Grace. Some friends and I were just outside the country club and we got into a little bit of a scrape. We had to get the authorities involved. Now the country club president is a little bit interested in what we'd been up to.
I see. Is everyone okay?
Yes, everybody's all right.
And you've made all the necessary calls.
That's right.
Good.
Well, now I
good.
have anyway.
Ah, much better. Are there any cleaners that need to be called to hose down any potential messes?
Interestingly, not in this case, though there was a bit of a mess.
Oh, good. So we don't need the fence repainted. That's good to hear.
Yeah, I'm sure the pro at the pro shop at the club will be able to inform you of everything really that's been happening.
I see. And where are you going now?
We're headed back into the club, in fact.
I see. When you're done, give me a call. If it's too late, we'll be having a conversation tomorrow.
Okay, of course.
Talk soon.
Talk soon.
Click.
That was a lot better.
Well, had a little bit of time to process, so hopefully no more trip-ups.
I think it's a good time to fade out of that uncertainty for a moment. As we fade back into our other trio, as they are arriving at Wormslow. Now, I believe Kate was the one driving her Cadillac. As you pull up to the gate and do the customary checks, here's a question for Ellie. Are you in your standard presentation, or are you hiding in a guise?
Once I approach, I am in my standard presentation because I know the people and they should know who I am.
Yeah.
And I'm going to roll both my window and the back window down so they can easily see everyone in the car.
Ah. Thank you, Miss Fulton. Miss Stewart.
Hi.
Ellie, what did we get up to this evening?
We had a lovely dinner, Julius.
He's going to look at the other two.
I'm telling the truth. I'm just as surprised as you are.
I had a great fun time.
Well, lovely to hear. And he just waves you on through.
Poppy turns the Brat album up a little bit after the conversation. This is the best part.
Now, as you trundle down the row of trees that line the path, do you have anything else you say to each other before you get to the house?
Poppy, have you checked the group message?
No. So she'll open her phone and first go back to her selfie and make sure everybody liked it. You liked it already, Kate, so she's not worried about that, but she will make sure that it was seen and approved. And then when she sees was it Artem that messaged or Cora that messaged like wild night?
It was Cora because I called Cora
Okay.
and was like, "Hey, girl, what's up?"
Yeah. Poppy will go, oh, sounds like everybody else may have had a bit of a time. Definitely will need the story. Do you know what they were going to be doing?
No. I'm itching for some details myself.
Out of character, you do know that they are heading back to the house.
Mm-hmm. But as far as like where they would have gone and what might have happened, I don't think we knew that Cora was going hunting with the gangrels.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll get the full story. I'm sure you'd like that. And she like looks back into the back seat at Ellie.
Ellie just smiles and like, it does sound like an interesting story.
Mm-hmm. You need something to write in your diary.
Excuse me, it's a blog. Thank you.
Is it?
How many readers do you have?
That's not the important question to answer right now.
Blogs are coming back in a big way.
All three in the car nod at the same time.
The delusions we
illiteracy
tell
isn't
each other. I need you to roll self-deception at infinite difficulty.
Oh no.
As you are pulling up to the house, do you all go in, or are you kind of just going to hang out in the parking lot and loiter a bunch of weird fledglings?
No, I'm going to go ahead and head inside, which means everyone has to exit the car so I can lock it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I will get out.
How quickly do we need to exit? I exit the car.
I'm assuming you go through the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you give Bruno a hassle as he waves you in, or?
I already saw him this evening, so I'll just kind of give him a wink. Hello. And walk in.
Hey, Bruno.
He just opens the door and lets you walk in. The crowd is fairly sparse at this point in the evening. It already wasn't entirely packed before. It wasn't a scheduled Elysium night, just a people filter in, check in, filter back out, and go on with the rest of their evening. There are some still milling about, and you noticed before that the prince was not present. Only Alden was holding court, such as it was. But as he sees the trio of you enter, he turns and storms towards you all like a force of nature.
Mr. Burles?
Hello.
Hi.
Three of you are heading to the stone cottage. I trust you know where that is.
Certainly.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. Is something wrong?
Go now.
Okay.
Ellie, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Who was that person that we took the money from?
It was it's clearly not related.
To Atherton?
I'm assuming this conversation is happening as we're like,
yeah,
working it.
Alden
Yeah.
We immediately
Seneschal
like
is right there listening the whole time. Yeah, no.
Oh no.
No, he walked away. He gave his directive and expected it to be followed, or rather, he expected you to walk away from him.
immediately heel turned and
yes.
headed back to the car.
Mhm.
It's not even cooled off yet.
Frankly, I'm a little offended that you assume I had something to do with this.
Ellie, come on.
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. Is this what I'm gonna text the group text. What did you do?
As Artem, Cora, and Chris arrive at the front gate, with Vega ahead of them, who has very swiftly passed through. She, however, had indicated something to Julius, and as it's your turn to pull up, I'm assuming you're bringing something in. Is there anything else you have to declare?
No.
He's looking at all three to answer.
No, nothing.
As the other three are getting back to Kate's car, you see a black two-door Ferrari race down past the main parking lot of the main building of Elysium, heading towards, you can only assume, the stone cottage. And at a less frothy pace is a black Charger that you have seen Artem drive, or at least some of you know he's driven. Do you follow suit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this should be interesting.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, just getting back to my notes where I can do this properly.
I'm gonna answer Poppy's text.
No,
Let's
you're not
see.
driving, so that works.
Can't get into details, but I have a strong suspicion that you'll find out soon.
Poppy will just kind of exasperated, just put her phone down on the seat and cross her arms and huff backwards.
Ellie like leans forward at that huff and like
You're not off the hook yet.
So both cars are following after, well, you don't know that that's Vegas, some of you, but you do realize that you are now part of a trailing convoy. You haven't, well, most of you haven't been back to this place since your first night. Cora, you stayed there for a few additional evenings while you were getting your bearings. You see the stone cottage beginning to be revealed by the parting foliage in the moonlight. There were no cars the last time you were there, except maybe the Range Rovers that seem to be the typical staff car of Elysium. You do not see a Range Rover this time. You do, however, see a beat-up pickup truck that some of you would recognize as belonging to the prince.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting.
What do you mean?
You see that truck?
Mm-hmm.
Belongs to the prince.
Okay.
Behind you is a newer, but still in a well-used state pickup truck that is rolling up behind you. And you see the seneschal climb down out of it. At the front door of the stone cottage, you see a gentleman that is not Bruno, but clearly works in the same office, as it were. He's not quite as stocky, but he looks just as sufficiently built, as he is clasping a wrist in front of him as he stands next to the door.
This isn't the prince's friend that we've seen with him, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay.
He's dressed in a dark suit, much like the rest of security that works at Elysium.
Okay.
As Alden starts to walk up behind you, as I'm assuming you were all getting out of your car, starting to filter in. Vega.
Before we
Pick up
get out of our
baggage.
Yes?
cars, if I have one thing to add. Right before we're grabbing that door handle, I go,
Mhm.
Chris, Artem, Do we know something we're not supposed to know? Are we going to have to make a run for it or something?
We're a little late to
Vega.
run now.
Vega's already through the door. Yeah. Alden is walking up behind all of you.
All they want is information.
Hmm.
Just give them the facts. We'll be fine.
All right. Get out of the car.
Okay.
Artem will grab the package.
Okay. And in the other car, you're all getting out too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Vega will head in first. We'll say that Cora, Artem, and Chris, although Chris is a little more reticent in her step, but she is approaching. Alden is, of course, following up behind all of you. Now, some of you are probably unaware of what that relationship is between Alden and Chris. Artem would be much more aware. And he places a hand, his monstrous, almost permanently furred and clawed hand, on her upper back. Some of you would get that slight sound of a gentle pat as he walks her in. In the main room of the stone cottage, you see a man crouched down in well-fitting but worn jeans and a workman's wool sweater with leather patches on the elbows, tending to an already lit fireplace as the warm yellow and orange hues dance across the room. Cora, for a split moment, does not see the warm, fiery hues, but the stark red high contrast of the magnesium-fueled flare that she used earlier in the evening. But just as quickly, it's gone.
This is going to keep happening, isn't it?
Hmm?
Nothing.
Vega crosses her arms and leans against the wall with a rather vicious smile on her face. Without looking to any of you, the man crouched in front of the fire in a voice that some of you should recognize by now. Take a seat. And there are a pair of couches forming a loose L shape.
I move with a purpose to a seat.
Same.
Do we naturally divide into our two groups on the couches?
God, I hope so.
I think Poppy, if she gets a chance, will try to sit like near Chris to kind of be like, "Hey, bud, you good?" Non-verbally.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else making any type of choice here? Conscious or otherwise?
This is not conscious, but Cora probably goes and sits like in the center of one of the couches, giving a couple people no choice but to sit next to her.
Mm-hmm.
Artem's probably going to sit next to Chris. Though he's got the package, so he's looking for an indication that he should present it.
I guess we're not doing phrasing anymore. Okay.
No.
I would suggest that we're mixed up then with
Mm-hmm.
Ellie, Cora, and Kate on a couch, and
Yep.
Chris, Artem, and Poppy on a couch.
Okay. Alden will stand behind one of the couches, his clawed hands on the top backing of the button-back couch, nicely next, or rather right behind Ellie. I'm sure that has no bearing on the situation. As Prince Brooks rises and turns to face you, easing his hands into his front pockets of his jeans, he looks to the three that were out in the woods this evening. Tell me what you saw. Spare no detail.
Cora glances over at the other two.
We aren't sure. It was a large creature. It had odd features. It had jagged teeth. It seemed primal. I'm not sure if it could communicate. It acted like an animal.
It was upset with us for the start, or maybe just looking for prey. I'm not sure, but it. I saw it out in the woods, and a group of fireflies. It seemed like, or just beyond it. I seemed to notice that I was looking.
Chris will speak up in a more quiet voice than you're used to hearing from her. Glowing eyes. It wasn't there last time I was there. Before I go any further, to alleviate concern, you are not here because you are being punished. You are here to be read into a situation. It is an open secret in the sense that most in this city, on our side of the fence, know about it. It's been a phenomenon going on roughly 50 years at this point. Might see one or two of them wading in a year. Might not see any for 5. But it seems to be an inevitability. We don't entirely know or understand what they are. Their features and behaviors are inconsistent with expectation. Do any of you here know what a wight is?
Like, sort of like in the Lord of the Rings or something.
I don't know what that is.
It's what I had guessed, Cora. One of us lost to the hunger.
You're part right. It's not about being lost to hunger. Each of you, I assume, have had the nature of your humanity stressed upon you by your maker. When you lose grip of that, you become a wight. You are the beast that you have been warned about. A highly intelligent, highly dangerous monster that cannot be reasoned with. And there is no coming back from. You are lost. Initially, that's what we thought these were. But again, their behavior does not line up with that suggestion. The reoccurrence does not explain it. It's almost migrational. Which doesn't make a lot of sense. There is conjecture of some sort of zombie-like creature. There have been ghost stories in the South for centuries. Has to come from somewhere. The other unfortunate consideration is, and he's going to look to Vega for a moment, is Latja. And I'm going to put that in the chat because that's a word I cannot even say properly.
Thank you.
For Artem, the sounds would make sense, but you don't know the context. It's an archaic word of some Slavic origin. But in context, you don't know what it is, what it could really mean. You hear Vega speak up from her perch against the wall. Do either of you know what a Simitsi is? Well, for those that don't, they're a clan in the Sabbat. They have a nasty little habit of making monsters that they mold out of people and monsters like clay. They're little war dogs. Some people make ghouls. They make those. And they set them loose. The prince resumes, and yet it doesn't entirely make sense with them either. We do not know their origin. Their behaviors and even biology are slightly askew. And he's going to look to Artem with that awful deli wrap. I take it the remains of that are long past their best buy date.
Yes.
Looks over to Vega. This won't mean much, but have you called Savini and Toussaint yet? They're already on their way. As I said, open mystery. Something we deal with on a regular basis. The reason why you're here is so that you are made more aware of the situation. So that you know how to better respond to it. I will put out something forward for you to consider. We desire an answer. A potential solution as well, if one can be discovered. It is not your responsibility. However, an accomplishment such as this would yield rewards. Commensurate with the scale of your output. Now, if you all wish to try to investigate this as others have over the years, feel free. The caveat, however, is that you are not to in any way impede or interrupt the investigations of Vega, her deputies, or get in the way of the Scourge. You have a rare opportunity for potential advancement, requirement of domain, or simply the laurels of the accomplishment itself. But I warn you, people have been at it for a very long time. Don't get your hopes up.
Are they always in the swamp, or have they ever made their way into the city?
If any have made it into the city, we are not aware of such occurrences. There have been instances of them making their way into the sewers, but not above ground. The Nosferatu have discussed attempted incursions, none successful. Though the claim may be to save face.
Do they always attack on sight like that?
This is where it seems both yes and no, as a wight known to be vicious, but also animal intelligence is not mindless. If they are threatened, outnumbered, wounded, they tend to try and run.
It did try eventually, after Chris and Artem made work of it. I have to say, if they weren't there, I don't think that I would have made it through that.
He does look to the two younger gangrel. I'm assuming you put to use your natural aptitudes.
Yes.
Those tend to work on most creatures that go bump in the night, to varying degrees. What else did you try?
Cora threatened it with a flare.
Bold. Do you understand how that could have gone wrong for you?
Not entirely, but I was warned that fire's not so good for us, so I have some indication. It just seemed like the two of them were out there, and you know, I was told to wait in the car, but I didn't want to risk something happening to them if I had a way that I could try to influence the situation.
For those sitting next to Chris, he knows the mention of the flare and the undulating orange hues of the fire. She is hugging her knees to her chest on the couch right now. He looks to her. That is only part of the effect. The fear. Innate, instinctive. I'm assuming none of you experienced a frenzy. For a split moment, or weeks, depending on the severity of the inciting incident, a frenzy can make you act not unlike the creature you dealt with this evening. Feral, vicious. Certain instances, you would kill your best friend, the little old grandmother waiting at the bus station. This is why you're taught to maintain a tight hold of your hunger, to not allow things to push you over that emotional edge. While they may not be exactly us as we define it, they are a good window into what you could become should you fail yourself. Am I clear?
Yeah, yes.
Fire is one of the most powerful triggers for such a thing. You got lucky. Inventive, but lucky. But luck always runs out. Don't rely on it.
Creature seemed drawn to that torch. That seemed like, I don't know, but that seemed like odd behavior for a white to me.
It certainly seemed to upset it, at least.
You're looking to Artem, he says, when you first saw the flare, how did you react? How did you feel?
Horrified.
And it didn't stop you.
No.
Why would it stop him? It. There's a fine line between rage and fear. One can fuel the other. When presented with the threat, everyone, everything makes a judgment call. It seems as though you made the right one. This time. I hope that remains the case. Now, for those that weren't there, did not mean to shut you out of the conversation. But given that you were nominally made aware that something was going on, best to correct the potential disinformation. Would any of you have any questions for myself, the sheriff, or the seneschal in this moment? It's a rare audience.
Have the incursions, shall we say, been mostly individuals, or have there been more than one at a time?
It's been inconsistent. Usually one or two. Rare for them to be 3 or more. But it has happened. They are both heartier than you might expect, and yet, I'm assuming you saw firsthand, fragile in other ways.
Cora looks to the space blanket.
It's in there.
I'm not sure that quite heard you, if you want to say it again.
Oh, Poppy kind of says it quietly. She's like, what's in there? Like looking at the wrapped up thing.
Artem is probably the closest he'd have the best chance to answer. He'll sort of whisper back. It's arm.
Its arm?
Yeah.
And it looks human?
Not really.
Open it up.
Artem will go to the center room and do that.
As you begin to peel this back, whatever shape or form it once had unravels with the wrappings
Oh, damn it.
It's
in
changed so
a
much.
like pulling apart various strands of melted gum.
Okay.
Does it look
You-
more made than flesh?
Is this in character or out of character?
That's me like asking what I see.
You see nothing discernible that could have been an arm, or it could have been marshmallow fluff that just went rancid in the swamp. It has no shape or mass or appropriate coloration. It is
I was gonna ask what color it was.
it is well, swampy is the best way to put it. It seems like whatever structure was holding it or had covered it, the mud, the dirt, the swamp, the grossness, the grime, that's seems to be what's coloring it at the moment.
Graham,
Yes.
as someone who has had some experience with corpses,
Mm-hmm.
would me getting a little bit of a closer look possibly get me maybe some more information that someone who's not as trained might-
Possibly. Would you like to roll something?
I would.
Okay. So I'm going to presume intelligence and medicine.
That sounds good to me.
Roll for corpse.
Well, here's the thing. You're not really looking at a limb.
That's
You were
true.
looking at a...
Look at what's claimed to be a limb.
Do you know what happens to Jello after it is no longer gelled?
Gross.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a concept. Yes.
It's kind of both ruddy and swampy at the same time.
Beautiful.
Whatever bones were there have even started to just collapse in on themselves.
Got it. So we're thinking like a 4 difficulty?
Maybe a
to
14,
identify.
but...
A marrow margin for error.
Heyo.
Oh, I love that. We're going to be going at a 10 because there is not really a limb to speak of. Whatever you pull out of this is going to be a miracle. Now I want you
I'm
to
balancing my
remember.
options here.
I want you to remember you are very, very low on willpower after
Yep.
your outing this evening.
I've already used 2 willpower points, and I have 4 left. This
And
is
you
probably
only get them back at a very slow rate.
showing off is probably not the time to be using those.
It's exactly the time to be using those, you kidding?
Don't let Little Miss Kink Peril tell you what to do.
Ooh.
Okay, well, 10 difficulty
Mhm.
made that a botch, unfortunately. No successes, 1-1.
For all you know, this is a sludgy pile of lichen that Artem scraped off the side of a bit of bog log.
Is the reigning theory that it's made instead of a creature of its own?
It
I don't know
is
how to better
a
phrase
strong...
it. And I'll ask that in character.
Yeah, it is a strong contender. Like I said, the creations of the Zemitzi would explain some of this. The machinations of necromancy would explain other parts. Wassailing, or a kindred that has succumbed to becoming a white, explain other parts. There is no true one solution that explains all of it yet.
And has there been word from any other courts of something similar?
In the nearest courts of South Carolina, they have seen dribbles of the same, but not in the same number.
Have any notable members died to one of these?
It's been attempted once or twice, it seems. Where it starts to fuel the theory of Asamitsi and their Zlatsha handiwork to target members of court. Seems to be a Sabbat MO. but it's too scattershot, too far between.
Wouldn't be strategic enough.
Cora's gonna turn to Vega. Prince Brooks said that there were other people who have investigated this before. Are any of them around still here in town?
You're looking at some of them now.
Have you ever had the chance to try to follow one home?
Oh, on occasion. But they're very wily. Here's a question for you. It ran tonight, yes?
Yes.
Where did it go?
Further out into the swamp.
Have you ever been in a swamp at night? Swimming in the endless black, where you don't know if there are more of them waiting. Never mind alligators, undertow.
I take your point.
And have they only been spotted at night? I mean, I know we're limited to seeing them then, but any other reports of information?
Which one are you asking, just so I know who I'm answering as?
I guess just generally.
The prince will chime in. This is where it fuels the idea of a white. They only seem to act at night. No one has ever seen them during the day, or at least nothing has been reported.
And only in the last 50 years?
Give or take.
If they were whites, then wouldn't somebody here notice that one of us went missing or something and then became one?
That is the other issue of where are these ones coming from. Again, they seem to pass through every now and again, almost like migration, and yet not. If no one is missing, or no one reported missing, they're not of this court. Where else are they from? We do head counts when these sort of things happen, just to curtail that possibility. It has not yielded anything beyond no one's missing, beyond perhaps those that have been on occasion killed by one.
These migrations, there's no pattern to them that is discernible?
Hence why we hesitate to even call them migration. There's just aspects that seem like it and yet not. There's no pattern. There doesn't seem to be, like cicadas, where they operate on a 12 or 15-year cycle. It's sporadic. There's no math to support a pattern. Their numbers don't make sense. Their intervals have no rhyme or reason.
Is it okay for us to ask other neonates or ancillary about this?
As I said, you can continue to make this your special project as you wish, as long as it does not interfere with the sheriff or deputies or the scourge and their duties.
Just give us our left to right limits. She looks at Vega.
I think I need to hear that line again. I think I missed something in that.
Just give us our left and right limits.
Don't get in my way.
It's easier to do if we know what your direction is.
Why would I give you my itinerary? Keep your wits about you. These are not the only problems for you to be dealing with.
Yeah, far from it.
Alden speaks up finally. Any other questions?
Gangrel claws were able to damage them. How do they stand up to a bullet?
Alden will look at you and say, enough firepower will bring down anything if a barrage is sufficient enough. They react in the same way we do to an extent, and their capacities vary. Some are more pliant than others. I do not wish to take away from your accomplishments. From your description, this was one of the easy ones. And it was alone. Out of character. Do either of you have any more questions or thoughts for those gathered?
All set.
I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you made bold choices. Don't run headstrong into danger simply because you did well tonight. Good luck. And he begins to walk out. Vega is soon to follow.
Cora's like looking like should I stand when he gets up to leave? Like, or when
He doesn't seem to be standing on ceremony.
Okay.
You hear a truck begin to churn to life. Tires squeal. In rapid succession, you hear something mid-engined and exotic do much the same before driving away. Alden will look at Artem. He's going to pull you aside for just a moment. You gave chase?
Until it reached the swamp. I know I've been warned away from there.
It was you that took the arm?
Yes.
You made a few decisions tonight.
Just trying to stay neutral, boss.
Something to consider. Your choices stopped it and chased it away. Then you made the choice to not commit suicide by chasing after it into the marshes. So far, good calls only ruined by the poor luck of running into it in the first place. All things considered, Good work.
Is there anything else out there like that? Aside from the Garu.
There is a small, bitter laugh that comes from him. He puts a hand on your shoulder and has that meaty, clawed paw. More things in heaven and earth, Horatio. And he walks out. Leaving
Is that a
you
joke?
with all of your group.
See? Easy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone.
By the way, the smell is starting to get to you.
Did they take the arm?
No. Oh, actually,
Why?
Vega would have.
Okay.
Now that I
Yeah.
think
It's
about it.
evidence.
Why?
The smell is still lingering.
Stanky. You've heard of the stanky leg. Get ready for the stanky arm. I'm so glad y'all are okay. And she like looks over at Chris and tries to like see if she can like put a steadying hand on her knee or something.
There's a momentary flinch, but not in a, I'm going to reach across and slap you, kind of more just, she was spaced off,
Mm-hmm.
sort of dissociated for a second, and then you sort of brought her out of that for a second. She was just, hey. Can we
I'm
close the
glad
gate
you're
on the
okay.
fire?
Yeah. Poppy will get up and do that.
So, Cora, you were really casual on the phone.
Well, I got a little bit better the next couple of phone calls, so. But look, I didn't want to try to worry you too much, you know?
I think there's a middle ground between, oh fuck, there's a mudman, and so how's your night going?
Well,
But
maybe.
Kate will say that with a small smile to show that it's not like, it's not meant to be a harsh critique.
I guess I could have assumed it was going better than ours. What did you get up to anyways?
Oh, we went hunting with Ellie.
Really? Okay.
It was very
Don't worry, it
interesting.
was much easier prey.
Yes, way easier than what you all had to deal with. Do we need an emoji of like the monster emoji, the like the red face to use like if we come across one again? Hopefully
I think
we
that's a
don't.
really good idea.
Maybe that'll just help us, I don't know, not beat around the bush.
Yeah.
Are you all gonna investigate it? Ellie started smiling so hard at the word reward, I almost heard your teeth.
I may have an idea or two.
Really?
Well, if anyone wants to join in, I can let them in on the ideas, but I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
How's Chris? Is Chris paying any attention to Ellie at all?
She hasn't been until Ellie started actively speaking about having a plan and reward and all that stuff. And because Poppy was the one checking on her, and it sort of just drew her attention back into, oh yeah, there's other people here and I'm in my own body again. Okay. She looks at Ellie like, oh, right, they're here. I forgot about that for a second.
Poppy, did you go sit back down beside Chris, or are you still standing up after putting the grate over the fire?
I'm still standing up.
Okay.
I'll go hop couches.
Mm.
Take your spot.
Okay. Chris, because now she's between Artem and Kate, do I have that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
She shifts to basically touch hip with one and then lean her like head on the shoulder of the other. In that way of just emotionally, physically exhausted.
I was gonna ask whose shoulder she picked, but mine is much more at her head level, probably. Since
Yeah.
Artem is giant.
Just Artem's
Okay.
bicep.
I think with Artem, she'll always have a hip to cry on is really the way to put that.
Or just like a peck. Like a really defined peck.
Peck. This is my tier peck.
Yeah. So hip to Artem, cheek on Kate's shoulder, and just trying not to pass out.
Well, stick my head on top of her head for a second.
So what's this plan?
Well, we have a few outlying questions, don't we?
Such as?
Well, we haven't really gotten evidence of one beyond a melted arm. And we don't know what their patterns are.
Because
What
there
we
are no
do
patterns.
know is that they have been to the sewers. Or there have been attempted excursions into the sewers. What if one fell into a trap?
In the sewers.
Fell into a trap? Have, well, I don't know if all of us do this when we, well, probably not of those of us. I'm not sure if it looks at Chris and Artem if you do this with any of your catches, but do you know about catching and releasing?
Do we know about catching and releasing? No. Come on.
You catch the animal, you tag them, and let them back out. And then we know where they are.
You confident enough in patterns and ability to wrangle one into a trap in the swamps? I mean, the sewers?
Well, I'm confident if they're trying to get into the sewers, that not many people know more about the sewers than my kind.
Well, it sounds like you've got some investigating and reporting back to do.
What would you use as a tag?
I can come up with trackers that can't be easily found.
What, you've got a spare air tag you're going to shove into its arm?
Oh, that's a good idea.
It wasn't
Mm.
exactly sporting pockets unless you count the prison kind.
Hmm.
Oh. Oh.
There's a thought.
That sounds intimate.
I would love to see Ellie try.
So an injection will probably be the necessary thing. I'll need to get a little more info on that. Maybe some supply gathering.
You're going to go
Do you
raid a
know-
vet, aren't you?
Aww.
You going to chip a mud monster like someone's puppy?
Microchip.
Well, for all we know, it
thing.
is someone's puppy.
Yeah. Do you all know much about the Samitsi?
Samitsi, they're Sabat.
Yeah. Have you ever encountered any of them before?
They aren't exactly welcome at DC.
Have you?
Right. No. I just. The idea of somebody being able to form a sentient creature out of clay, it just seems so mythical.
Poppy, you're a fucking vampire.
Well, yeah, yes.
Question for you, Artem. Did the creature seem to have bone on it when you removed its arm from its torso?
Graham, what is the answer to that question?
Yes, and there was some semblance of bone in the deli wrap, but it had begun to rapidly decongeal. That would be the only way to put it. But I guess Ellie wouldn't know that when they were looking at the pile because of the botch, so
Yeah.
it was just the worst form of like semi-solid soup.
Yeah. There wasn't really
Tasty.
a way to like determine what is the bone soup, what is the flesh soup.
Giving chowder.
I'll leave that one where it is.
There was bone.
Well, at the very least, if we catch one, we have a couple options. We could catch one, tag it, release it so we know where it is. Or we could catch one, dissect it, find out more about it.
It would have to be a pretty quick dissection.
That is very
Not
true.
necessarily.
Oh?
I don't know if anyone's ever tried staking one, but if they're more like us, then I feel like that would preserve.
Put them on pause.
Oh. That is true.
So that's probably something I need to keep in the car.
Well, until you're able to catch one with a very irregular migration pattern, a very irregular timing in which it comes up, this is a lot of theoretical. So you can spend as much time on that as you want.
Well,
Yeah. Go
the
ahead.
prince mentioned that there are a couple of other people who, they were
So-
sort of notifying about this.
Savini and Toussaint.
Yeah.
I've met
so-
Savini. Does anyone know Toussaint? Chris?
She's one of the Tremere.
That tracks.
Well, we know some Tremere. I'm sure we could get an introduction. And I already know Costello. You're supposed to take me out sometime anyway, so
Kate's gonna raise an eyebrow. Just no comment, but
I mean,
We'll
you already
chuckle
knew
to herself.
this.
oh yeah. Still though.
And I have to say, I feel a little bit vindicated. The prince wanted to bring him into the whole situation, and all of you were telling me not to hang out with him.
I think he's already in the situation.
If you know what I mean.
So what I'm gathering is that we're starting to get our assignments in order. So that means I can look into where there have been reports of these creatures appearing in the sewers. Our friend Cora can get in contact with Savini. We'll need someone to talk to a Tremere to get in contact with Toussaint.
I could talk to Olivia or Paul and see if they can give me an introduction.
There's an idea.
I'm just. This is so dangerous, and like when the prince was talking about status upgrades, what did he mean by that? Was that just, we get some perk, or I'm a little
Do you want to
confused.
call him and ask him the details of the potential reward for a hypothetical situation in which you catch the vampiric boogeyman?
No. It just seems
So,
like
out of character, I'm going to help here. With Kate specifically, you would know the answer to this sort of thing, that it can be a rise in prestige, notoriety, domain, rights or having certain things fast tracked or being put on the short list for other positions in the future. It's basically just adding to your CV in a very positive way.
I think even with Kate knowing that, I don't think she's going to elaborate because to her, she's all like, this is still very hypothetical. We just heard everything about them is inconsistent. You just ran into one tonight. I'm not going to go hunt them. And with Ellie talking about like capturing one in the sewers, this is still like a big playing pretend project to her.
However, for Kate, there was an answer to something that has been percolating in the back of your mind for a while. Potential gift of domain.
Mm-hmm. How about you find one first, get answers, and then figure out what you want your reward to be.
Fair. I just don't want to become a crazy with like a, a red yarn thing on my wall. I don't want this to take over. I'm very busy right now.
They're not always that bad,
Yarn walls? No, I've seen some very tastefully done macrame.
I meant the people who own them.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's very true. And Poppy like catches like, oh, I said the crazy word, and that's not what I meant.
Out of character, Artem, you've been very quiet for a while. Is there anything on your mind or something you've been wanting to share with the group? Or have you just been quietly mulling to yourself?
Yeah, he's kind of happy to not have a lot of questions directed at him at the moment, though he might be connecting reward with the Natalia situation.
I'm gonna go ahead and direct something at Artem now.
No!
Anyway.
Get him.
Not a question though. Cora's gonna look to both Artem and Chris and say, I was serious about what I told the prince. I don't think I would have made it out of a situation like that without the both of you, so thank you so much.
I think we were all equally important. I didn't see the thing. You did. If you hadn't been there, who knows?
I mean, I think the flare kind of fucked me up a little bit, but I think it fucked him up too a little bit.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't know that's what it was going to do.
Maybe next time we'll be better prepared.
Speaking of that, Kate, you offered to put me in touch with Veritas at one point. I still don't think that a job there is going to really work for me, but they do security. If I could get some shooting practice, maybe that'd be a good idea if we're going to do something like this.
And that's when Chris sits up for a second. Like, you don't need to go to company for shooting practice. We're in the South, girl.
Oh, and do you know how to shoot?
Not great, but we can just find a field and go plink some cans.
And you've got options, Cora. I will pull out my phone and I'll text Rook. Mind if I pass your number along to another neonate who's interested in...
Would you say neonate?
Nope. To someone who's interested in learning on the range.
You get back in a few moments. Someone I already know?
Cora, have you met Rook?
I don't think we have met formally. I've seen you with him, but not. That was like just to Iskra, right?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
that's me. I'll ask you in
Okay.
character.
No, I don't think I have. I don't have his number on my phone, so.
I'll write back. Cora Violante arrived same night as me.
There's the 3 dots for about half a second, and then it goes, tell her to go talk to Nina.
All right, Cora. He says to talk to Nina. She can get you set up.
Okay, sure. So, keep it in the family, I guess.
I'll send Rook a thanks.
Yeah.
Not that I think the current team on the case has missed something that we could think of, but with it only being 50 years ago, it's not coordinated enough for a real Sabbat attack. They were trying to overthrow Savannah. They're doing a really shit job about it. But with the irregularities, I think it could lend itself to one, maybe two, experimenting somewhere out in the swamps. Someone on their own. Outside of a coordinated clan effort. These are somewhere between a creation and us. What if they are somewhere between a creation and us? None of us go missing. But someone's getting a little weird in the woods with experiments. That's my theory, at least.
Sure, yes, some sort of shit stirrer.
Someone who's been alone for far too long. Someone who left a clan to go science less hindered.
Ellie looks like they have something to say.
Do we know if these things feed?
That would have been a great question to ask when the authorities were here.
Sure seemed like it was trying to.
Was it feeding or killing, though? I feel like.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I'm
know.
thinking something that could speed up the process of getting something trapped could be leaving bait.
But we don't know what attracts them. Because otherwise there would be a pattern to follow. Right?
Well, if they've been in the sewers, it might be worth doing some follow-up.
Right. Maybe your folks know something.
Oh, that's already part of my plan, is to follow up with them.
Good.
Well, then I want you to come back with some more answers.
So should we convene in, what, 2 nights then? Take a night tomorrow to information gather and then come back?
How about you just text us when you have information we're sharing? I know you have all of our numbers.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, Tabby was a little gracious. I don't know about yours. Ellie, do you have Chris's number?
I think the contents of my phone are my own information.
Ellie, do you have Chris's number?
Yes, I do.
There's a moment where there are many gears churning in Chris's head, and they all want to go in very different directions. And she's already had a very fraught night. For Artem, you feel her grasp at the loose material of your pants, like around like the side of your thigh.
Is she still
As
leaning against me?
She is no longer leaning against you as she sits up. And there's that slightly peaked look. Well, then send me a message, asshole. Fair's fair.
I'm gonna stretch my arm across the back of the couch around her just in case she needs like a hand.
Or a hold me back situation. Is that...
Yep. We are at Elysium. Rules do apply.
Mhm.
Ellie will like casually take out their phone. And let's see. Text Chris a GIF of like one of those like animated one of those animated GIFs of someone like holding a phone and waving like from outside, like with their cell phone.
I was expecting either that or David Tennant and Catherine Tate seeing each other through the glass.
Yeah.
My phone is still out from texting Rook. I'm gonna send a gift to Chris that's what is it? From one of the Adam Sandler movies of the sign that just says "Want me to kill him."
There was a Banks ball,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vicky Valancourt. So she goes, she looks like she's gonna send something back. She just goes, "No, I'm not gonna." Like in her head, it's like, "I'm not gonna send the thing I'm thinking of. I'm not gonna send the thing I'm thinking of. Just gonna put my phone down. I will deal with that when I'm not going to shred everything like confetti." Is basically the read that you're gonna get off of her for free at this point.
But yeah, she'll get those 2 gifts back to back.
Well, I'm gonna. Is there like an analog? Is there a clock somewhere, or do I have to look at my phone?
Yeah, there's a clock.
Okay, I would like to look at the clock.
You have to probably get up and leave the couch
Okay.
if you want to go see the. It's not highly ornate or overwrought, but there is a grandfather clock of some
Oh,
sort.
nice. Okay.
It seems to fit the rest of that sort of cottage aesthetic.
I'll stand up and get close enough to it to read it. I'll remark too. This is nice.
It's. I had to think of my time zones for a second because you see 2 times overlapped with one another for a moment. You see the present time, which is just cusping on 4 a.m. And I think my time zones, which would be 12 or 1 p.m. as the typeface, the gears, the metronomic quality of the pendulum going back and forth seems eerily familiar. One pass it is now, the next pass it is German time. Back and forth, until it finally ebbs off and you are firmly entrenched in the now.
It can't be time for lunch, Cora. We'd all be dead. She'll turn around.
That's a t-shirt.
Yeah. Now time for lunch, Cora. We would all be dead.
I guess it's about 4, so we might want to think about getting to sleep, I think.
Does anyone need a ride home?
Just back to the big house would be helpful.
I think my ride might have left already.
Just let me know what manhole cover to drop you off at.
Well, if I do run into any trouble, I know I at least will be able to handle it. And Ellie walks out of the house with that.
So I just want to know if I have this right. You walked out ahead of the person that's going to give you a ride to a manhole somewhere in the city. Trying to walk out on a final last jab. I want to be sure that's what you did.
No, I don't walk out with that.
I was gonna say, because the person who's giving you a ride is still sitting on the couch.
Yeah.
Like, you're just gonna give that line beat, peek your head back in. Are we going or?
Are we going or what?
I felt
Making me look like an idiot here.
This is your fault for making me look really silly.
That is all on your own.
So how do you actually leave the scene or do you?
I actually I'll actually say let me check if my ride is still here first, and then I'll let you know. And Ellie will exit to text Lila and see if Lila's still around.
What do you ask her
Question mark.
specifically? Yeah, you just asking.
I ask her, are you still at the house?
I'm at mine. Z.
Cool. Yeah, I need a ride. Ellie enters back.
After, in that brief time where Ellie has stepped out, I'm going to turn to Chris. Hey. You and I are going out tomorrow, okay?
She slowly takes a look at Artem. Okay. Where?
Not with him.
Okay. And she just sort of like pushes him lightly.
The couch.
She can't.
She like can't, so she's like pushing herself away.
Pretty much.
I'm thinking about Lilo and Stitch when like Nani falls on her and she's like, why are you so big? Get off!
Yeah, it's more of like he just sort of slightly leans, but he's not going anywhere.
So there's this place that has drag shows until like 3 a.m.
Why am I only just finding out about this?
I don't know. It's your city.
Okay, I met the big guy, right?
Yes. You were going out sans babysitter. Girls' night.
Yes.
Poppy, Cora.
I am also girl.
Our next shirt.
Is that an invite? Can I come?
Yes.
Great. Good. You had me at 3 a.m. drag.
Cora.
If you want me to come, I can come.
Cora, you should definitely come with us.
And you need to get someone else to drive because we need to get you fucked up.
Yeah. I can be DD. I'll be DD.
She briefly looks down.
I'll drive.
Fine. Well, that's fine.
Have fun.
I'll text you all when I'm done with work tomorrow.
Cool.
So is everyone beginning to shuffle out?
Yes.
Now,
I'll drop Poppy off at her car.
Before we break off, though, in these directions, is there anything else you want to say to anyone else, either taking someone aside or little questions? Because big groups like this, or rather big group conversations like this, don't happen all the time. So if there's anything you want to take advantage about, that now's the time.
I think as we're leaving, Poppy will try to like get Ellie sort of either like as they're walking, get them by themselves just for a moment, not like out of earshot or anything. And Poppy will kind of lean close and go, "You have similar training to me, I think, in some ways. Tonight was really fun. Thank you for the invite.
No problem.
What's your deal? Like, where'd you learn to do that? Just out of curiosity, or are you self-taught?"
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Fine. Keep your secrets. And she will continue kind of skipping towards Kate's car.
Ellie will head towards Artem and Chris. Almost like with hands up, just to be like, and actually Chris, Artem, and Cora, if they're all three there, and just go, if any of you think of anything regarding what our friend looked like, any memories come up about their anatomy again, could help me put pieces together when I'm investigating on my own. I know sometimes in the midst of it, it can all be a blur. So if you get any clarity tomorrow night, just let me know.
Sure. So you're going to make like a witness sketch.
That's a good idea. Anyway, have a good sleep all. And
Yeah,
Ellie
you
will
too.
walk towards Kate's car.
Just a quick little bit of flavor for that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Artem, were you making a point to stand behind Chris, in front? How were you trying to position yourself there? You have reacted to their matter antimatter interactions in the past.
So, just making sure I can get in a place where I can intercede if Chris decides it's time to take a swipe.
Mm-hmm.
So not in front.
More just to the side.
Yeah.
Like that 0.5 millimeter in front so you could put the arm.
Right.
Okay. There's a bit of dagger staring, but in a way that's a lot more tired and a little bit over it at the moment. But she's not going for the lunge. She's not like that initial grab at your pant leg earlier, like she was going to just sort of spring off the couch. And she didn't. Well, she took a breath, went for the barb, but in a more controlled manner than maybe you remember.
When he sees that, he'll probably step back.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't say anything.
Say, friends, just now to Artem and Chris since they're left.
Mm-hmm.
I know we didn't really get to do what we set out to today. Sounds like I have some other plans, and I honestly probably need a break from the woods for a little while, but I do appreciate being brought out, and if you want to try again at some point, I'm open to the idea.
Yeah.
Maybe just warn a girl before you take out the road flare next time. But she'll kind of lean in for a weak little hug.
Yeah, I'll give her a hug.
Maybe throw it at Ellie later. I'm just saying. I think they have their own car. I'm just saying, gas caps are really easy to rip off.
Even a terrible car, I'm not sure I'd want to do that.
So out of character. I want it noted that the entire capstone to Cora's morality is vehicular in nature. No, not the car. And the flesh pile behind the wheel is incidental.
I'm making a joke, it's fine.
I know, but it's funnier this way to me. Everyone organizes their humanity around something else. That's just hers.
I was about to say, what path is that?
Vehicular homicide.
Fury Road.
That she did offer to do on that Mudman, so.
That would have been cool.
No. It wouldn't have.
I think both Chris and Artem would have been the bully in Encino Man gif, just leaning in the frame and shaking their head.
Son, why is there guts on my very, special car?
Anywho, now, as you are all starting to head off into your different directions, Cora, you're getting back to your car and heading off. Kate, you are dropping them off at, well, Poppy at her car, and then driving Ellie back into town. So, we have room for some small scenes. Kate and Ellie, is there any conversation you want to have on the way to a manhole somewhere in the city?
I'm going to leave that up to Ellie, because Kate is okay with sitting in silence, and I want to suss out if Ellie can't.
Hmm.
Oh, Ellie 100% can't.
I'm going to sweeten this pot just a little bit.
But wait, there's more.
There's a cartoon GIF, and I don't know what it's from, and it doesn't really matter, but it's a someone holding up a middle finger, then smash it against someone's face, and sort of like dragging it all over the person's face. And that's what Ellie gets at one point, mid-drive.
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Aw, she cares.
What'd she send you?
It's like a middle finger smushed against the face and then just rubbing it on that face.
That tracks.
So, how down are you for this investigation?
Well, I've told you my thoughts. It's all in your court now.
I guess it is. Apparently, some of us get a little too worried about hypotheticals.
I mean, we know they exist, so it's not like setting a trap for the Tooth Fairy, but statistically, it's going to be maybe tougher than catching the Tooth Fairy.
True, but it doesn't sound like they've been at it. What they've been doing for 50 years has been working.
Well, bring us some more information that we can use from Nosferatu. We'll see what our next steps are.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. It's all about what information I'm getting for everyone else. That's fascinating how that works.
Well, catch it, and then you don't have to share your prize. I've got work most every night, so I've got other methods.
You got other methods of catching it or just investigating?
Other methods of working my way up in the city.
I'm sure those are going to be long and arduous and so fulfilling. In
About as
every
much as the
possible
chances
way.
of catching a mudman in the swamps.
Boy, you really are the fun one.
Look, I've been called bitch both by kindred and kind, so nothing you can say would hurt me.
Yeah,
I interned
I've
on
been
Capitol
called-
Hill, so
I've been called bitch a lot myself as well.
affectionately.
Maybe one time affectionately. Well, I hope you enjoy your capitalist grind. This is where I'm getting off.
Pleasant dreams, Ellie.
Pleasant as always. Tonight was very fun.
And I'm,
And I'm
assuming you
not going to
drive
make
away.
it sure that Ellie makes it in the front door safely. I am.
Okay. Poppy, I'm assuming you go straight home?
Yeah, she like gets into her car and
Mhm.
like 365 from the Brat album like plays too loud. She's like, ah, ga, 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 ga. And she like turns it off. She's like, it's not the vibe anymore. And so she drives home in silence.
Mm.
Yeah.
I imagine there's an initial sort of lean over from Bruno. Is that because you're one of the few cars in the parking lot producing the only sound? And there's this,
When I'm in the club, when I'm up with that. Shall we do
you
a
don't
little
hear him
pee?
say it, but there is that very loud thought of fucking neonates.
Just trying to have a Brat summer, Graham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you try and have a conversation with anyone that you are like, when you get home? Are you trying to look for Nico, Clarice, or trying to send a text or anything to Heidi, Lump in the app?
I think the first thing she's going to do when she gets home is try to draw what was described.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll try to draw what the arm looked like, just kind of in her sketchbook, just to kind of get it out of her mind. And then she'll get in her pajamas and do her chess.
Mhm.
And then maybe text Heidi, kind of an apologetic, hey, sorry I wasn't around a lot today. I'll check in with you soon.
It
and then
is very
she-
late, so you're probably not
Yeah.
expecting a reply.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I think after she and Lump finish their, or I guess it's a continuous kind of game.
Mm-hmm.
But after she gets a little tired, she'll like start to go to sleep and then remember that she has that blue hibiscus flower that Olivia gave her.
Mm-hmm.
And so she'll like shoot up from bed and run over to her purse and dig where the flower is, which might be a little crumpled.
Mm-hmm.
And she will sniff it. What does it smell like?
Kind of the indistinct wildflowery kind of smell.
Cool. and she'll put it under her pillow and kind of to herself say, well, I hope it doesn't kill me. And then we'll go to sleep.
Okay. Cora,
Yes.
how do you spend your drive back? Do you go straight home? Do you go for a meandering long drive to clear your head? Do you drop by the cemetery again in the weaning minutes that you have left before the sun comes up?
It's, Cora's a risk taker, but she's not going to risk racing the ball of fire in the sky.
It is a deadly laser.
So I'm going to go ahead and before I get to driving, and I know he won't see it right away, but I'm gonna send a gif of like the classic like black and white creature from the Black Lagoon movie to Heinrich. And I'm gonna say front row seats to the creature feature tonight. Exclamation point. That's it. And then I'll get driving. And yeah. We are going to try to clear my head a little as we go.
So it's a meandering path, but is it more a lackadaisical drive, or is it a needing to get your speed demons out?
It ends up being the latter for Cora.
Okay. Now I have to ask, how out on the leery edge are you trying to get with this?
I want to feel that sense of being in control of the situation, so I want to push right up to it and then back away.
Okay.
I don't want to linger there because that's going to take too long. So we're just gonna touch it and then back off.
Okay. I'm gonna have you roll for me. Because this is no longer just a trivial A to B. This is an intentional pushing the machine to some form of limits on the open road.
Sure.
We're just going to treat this as a 6.
Okay. Let's see.
So you get your
dexterity,
dex.
my drive, and my celerity.
There you go.
There we go. The odds are in Cora's favor for this drive.
You said that before you finished rolling all your dice. Interesting, bold strategy.
So there was, well, I got a 10 and I re-rolled it. But the re-roll showed up as a 1, so then does that count as a 1 that cancels a... Okay.
We won't do that. That seems a little too complicated.
Alright, so in that case, that's 6 successes.
You had no other ones beyond the reroll?
That is correct.
Okay.
My low rolls were a 3 and a 5 this time.
Okay. I'd say you passed with flying colors in this instance, perhaps as a continued rollover from your heightened perception earlier in the evening. You are able to navigate the slight perturbations in the road that you have begun to become familiar with as you head north along, I believe it's Harry S. Truman Highway,
Mhm.
as you round into the city. Being able to weave through a few cars, despite the fact that it is quite sparse out at the moment.
That noise when you pass the other car, that brief,
Mm-hmm.
that feels good.
Now I'm assuming Cora is capable of this, but does Cora decide to get real risky with that, maximizing that sound as she
Mhm.
passes a car, trying to see if she can make, well, errant paint flecks that don't belong to her car?
She's gonna get just close enough
Mhm.
that, like, make the mirrors kiss almost.
I'd say with the rolls you've already done, that is exactly what you do. And you know enough when to just almost make them tap, but it happens so quick that the person doesn't even realize that it's happened before you're already gone. And that sudden jerk judder of the wheel happens after they're already in your rear view rather than when you're right beside them, which would have happened if you had botched. But a little bit of stunt driving at maximum velocity. Eventually, you do have to calm it down to get into your part of town.
Sure, I don't speed through neighborhoods.
Okay. And you have to ease this into a far too small garage behind the house that's almost an afterthought of a structure. A padlock that you have to lock and then lift.
Yeah, the whole physical operation.
Mm-hmm. Which you know you have to do quite quickly because you can drive fast, but you can't outrun the sun.
Mm. Yeah, she moves with a quickness.
Mm.
And then, uncharacteristically for her, clothes don't get put away nicely, hung back up or anything. They're just in a pile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll see what you can do over the coming nights to correct some of that, if you indeed even want to.
Hmm.
But I'm assuming you eventually crawl into bed?
Yes. Yeah, I don't imagine I've got time really for a shower. I'll do that in the morning.
Or rather, the start of the night.
Yes.
It's about to be morning. Can I fade out from you?
Absolutely.
Artem and Chris, as you are driving home, is there anything you want to discuss with her? Or do you want to try and have a conversation with Alden?
I think I'll talk to Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So we've already gotten in the car. We've been driving for a little while. Maybe stop at a stop sign or something. He looks over and he says, "So that was a whole mess of bullshit. How are you doing?"
And there's this slow roll to her neck. I've had better nights. It was fun to get her out, though, for a while before it all went to shit.
Could be more out there. If that's what you want.
It was nice to sink my claws into something finally. But that thing was fucked up.
Yeah. Better
What
to
was
sink
it?
your claws into something fucked up than not something not fucked up, I guess.
I mean, it'll be fucked up afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a weird question. Have you used your claws on people before?
Artem doesn't answer immediately. But he does eventually say, yeah. Don't recommend it.
How did it compare to this?
Surprisingly similar. I also used them on Garu.
Did it work?
Kind of. Don't recommend that either.
Yeah, I've still not actually seen one, and I kind of don't want to.
Good. Smart.
Yeah, thanks. Got top grades. What did you and Alden talk about?
He thought we did good tonight.
We are you.
Well, he was just talking to me. You did, though.
Thank
He
you
was
and
shouting
Cord.
at me.
Yeah, that was.
I hated that. That
I
was
couldn't hear
awful.
myself think. That was. I think I didn't stop hear the ringing in my ears until I realized Ellie was in the room. And then there was a new ringing, and then everything went black for a second.
Why were they there? You didn't give Alden Ellie's name. I guess they were together. Why were they together?
I'm trying to remember if you'd said while you were in the group we went hunting together, right?
I did. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
They went hunting together? I don't. How does that work?
I don't know. Might be something to drill down on if you're going to hang out with him tomorrow.
Maybe, but I just want to put some of this shit aside for a night.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. You're okay though?
Yeah. Not the most dangerous thing I've found in the woods.
Okay. So I have to ask, was it the Garu or the guy that you stabbed? Which one was more dangerous?
Oh, the Garu, easy.
Had to ask.
They're just a bunch of dudes with guns.
What?
A Garu is a lot more dangerous than dudes with guns.
Yeah, it's dudes with guns. How many?
I don't remember.
That's both badass and not reassuring at all in the same fucking breath. Wait. Were you... This was back in the woods or before that?
It was in the woods.
Talia, right? Was she there?
She was. That's how I figured out it doesn't kill us to get shot, actually.
I mean, you heard what Halton said. Enough bullets will kind of do it, but...
Yeah. But it's not the same as, before.
Yeah.
It's awesome. She got shot. I don't know if it was somewhere up here, and she just got back up. It just pissed her off. I think you'd like her.
They'd either really like each other or fucking hate each other.
Still.
That fills you with no confidence. Should this give you a little, like, sort of like side fist pat on the arm? You should maybe talk to that Misha guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I will. I wasn't thinking we'd pursue this any further, but I don't know. I'm not really interested in advancement or whatever reward, but if it got me a way to help her, I don't know.
Maybe. Couldn't hurt. Unless it kills you, then it might hurt a lot.
That would hurt a lot, yeah.
I think it's a good time to fade out on the uncertainty of that. And indeed, I think it's a good time to fade out on this particular evening. We will be, however, starting a new evening after the break in a few minutes. Please stick with us. See you soon. Welcome back to the second half of our session of Savannah by Night. We are starting a new evening as the collective Neonates have just met with the prince and got a few interesting tidbits about the local history and a potential promise of reward should they accomplish something. Whether or not they do is entirely up to them, and usually the dice. But for now, we're starting a new night. We are going to be doing a bit of bookkeeping before we get into anything else. So, as always, we start with a point of blood, simply for waking up. For anyone that is planning to be around humans and needing to fit in, and you do not have the requisite merit, you would need to spend another blood point now. Or rather, you wouldn't need to, but it would be wise, because it would last the entire night anyways. If you need to regain willpower, you regain 1 automatically. However, if you need more than that, I will be hearing some arguments. So who is in deficit? Ellie.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
I am in deficit by 1.
Okay. Do you have an argument for trying to reclaim that?
Trying to think. I'm making sure I remember what exactly happened throughout the night.
You went to
included-
Lashes.
Went to oh my god, I went to that was all the same night.
Yeah.
Holy heck.
It's a busy life being a vampire.
Okay,
Get your shit
yeah.
together.
Yeah, really.
Going to
I-
Lashes was a test of reading people and assertiveness, correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
And what I will say that I'm now remembering is that there was a moment of decision in moving with that assertiveness in both deciding to keep those clothes that they had brought to Lashes to the various events of the evening.
It was certainly commitment to the bit.
Certainly a commitment to the bit, and also being the one to come forward with a plan of any kind on how to tackle our new objectives.
I'd say standing forward and like, hey, I got an idea. Maybe being a little smug about it, but saying, hey, I got this plan. Seemed like you were learning something from the interaction with Lash and how you were being pushed and prodded by Petra to just, okay, you've burned down one building. What about the next?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll give you back 1. Who else needs to get more willpower back? No? Is everyone at full?
No, Graham, I'm the only irresponsible one, so we're
Well,
fine.
that we knew. I know Ellie's backstory. Soon they all will too. Now, you also all get 2 experience points as you've completed a full evening. Let you mark that down. Now, while there are full scenes prepared for each of you, are there any immediate things that you need to do right as you're waking up or helping to inform me how your scenes are going to unfold? Is there any very quick texts or what else did I have here? Text or calls, any quick errands that you're going to be making part of your evening that I can fold into your scenes? No? Okay. Oh, Ellie?
I have one. I might send one text to Mason asking if he is available to speak with me this evening.
Okay. We'll make that part of your scene, just so I know how to put the conveyor belt down.
Mm-hmm.
We will be starting with, however, Kate. And we'll see how many of these scenes we can get through, because we are starting the second half of the session quite late, so see what we can accomplish. So, you had a date set up for this evening, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
How are you getting sorted for this?
So it is a sleeveless, kind of cropped black top with linen pants and her work boots. So it's kind of a mix between a little bit of
Classy grunge?
yes, it's still very Kate, very Ventrue, but leaning
Mm.
into that grungier side because of who she's meeting and where she's going.
Mm-hmm. Now, how are you planning to get there? Are you having him pick you up? Are you going to pick him up, arriving separately? Are you walking? Are you taking a ride share?
I'll drive.
You'll
I'll meet
drive.
him there.
Okay.
This is, after all, even though I tucked him into an Uber goodnight the first time we met, this is still our first date, so.
Okay. So, you've set this up at a place called Starlin Yard, which is an homage to Savannah's seaport heritage as the venue of food trucks, bars, restaurants, and small music stage are all housed within the confines of upcycled shipping containers. There's a bit of live music playing. No one you would recognize. A little bit of southern rock and blues. More of an aesthetic rather than a particular song. You're walking around. You get a text from Barry saying, "I'm here. Where are you?"
I'll tell him the name of the food truck that I'm by.
Okay. Eventually, you do see the well-groomed scruff of his beard and slightly spiky black hair. He just waves over to you, and you can see the full detailed sleeve of his tattooed arm. And he starts heading your way.
Wasn't it like lyrics that morphed into like a pattern?
Glad someone remembered, because I couldn't off the top of my head. Hey,
Hey,
look good.
you do too.
And you see he is wearing a very simple but well-cut black t-shirt. Not just some random thing he picked up off the floor. It's perfectly ironed and appropriate to his shape and build. And darker but still blue jeans. Again, clean, appropriate for the venue. Yeah, so have you been here long or
Just got here.
what's getting your attention?
Well, definitely a drink to start.
And there's just the one. All right, over this way. And there are some spots of this that are more like microbreweries rather than proper bars. And he does take you to one of those to would you be more going for a pitcher or just a there's a term for these, the red plastic cups.
A Dixie cup?
Dixie cup, sure.
Or a red Solo cup?
The solo cup.
Solo cup.
They're two brands of the same thing.
In any case, I think we're going to go with the very classy solo cup. He will buy the beer and then just sort of lead you around. Well, maybe not lead, it's the wrong word as much as just sort of try and urge you into a meandering walk side by side.
Mm-hmm.
So, how's work? Oh, that bad.
Do you want to hear me dump it all out?
Well,
Or is
I
that more
mean-
like second date kind of thing?
Well, I mean, I asked rather than just giving a, so how's your day? Good to see you. Here, have more beer.
So, to sum it up as best as I can, moved here, needed to move here, needed to get out of DC as much as I love DC. And now I'm temping. I'm really good at what I do. What I do is politics, but I couldn't do that anymore. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do here.
Okay, I got to be like maybe the very unintelligent question, but why can't you do politics here?
Because that's why I left.
So did something happen or
It gets messy. And I don't know if you've heard the whole stereotype of like soulless politicians trying to cling to what's left of mine.
fair enough.
Because I was even worse. I wasn't quite a politician, not quite a lobbyist, which doesn't just like steal your soul, it replaces it with like a black hole that eats other souls.
Okay. Yeah, no,
I
that
don't
makes sense.
think you expected all of that when you asked how work was.
I mean, don't ask questions you don't want to hear answers to. I'm more surprised that, in the way I always understood it, people, in some cases, actually are cutthroat in a literal sense to get to do politics in DC, and you left.
I mean, I was cutthroat. I still am
And
working
he
on a different
playfully
way.
takes a step back, like, okay.
Cutting's not what I do to your throat.
I have anatomical concerns and curiosities.
What, are you against a little nibble?
Well, get maybe one more beer in me, see how that goes. Besides, you're not the only one that bites. Anywho,
I look forward to finding out.
so temping.
Mm-hmm.
As, like, what does that even mean?
I have been filling in at grunt work all over the city. And I've got a new gig tonight, and I'm hoping maybe this is it, but who knows?
Can you say where or what? Or are we just doing the whole mystery thing?
I'm just gonna say hospitality because I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to brag about some cool opportunity and it goes to shit and I have to come back and say, well, that wasn't it either.
You know, I mean, the fun thing about that answer is like hospitality is the entire fucking city.
Well, yeah.
Like that could be a hotel, it could be a strip club. You're working at a strip club?
I mean, if I was, would you come see me?
I don't know. I don't want to pay for your time.
You would rob me of an entrepreneurial enterprise?
I don't know. I don't want it to be so transactional.
But you wouldn't
It
come to
makes me feel so
support-
cheap and dirty.
I would come see your band play. I would even pay the cover. Is that different?
No, but I'd get you in for free. I mean, that would be, what's the point?
What if I wanted to support you?
Well, buy a t-shirt.
Okay. You got t-shirts?
No, we suck. I'm not in that for the money.
What, do I just stream your SoundCloud as I fall asleep and just let it run?
First of all, it's Spotify.
Okay.
SoundCloud
I didn't know there
is
was the
for
whole thing with
mom-
Taylor and the artist and
No,
like...
so SoundCloud is for guys who look like like one of
Scruffy
those
beards and t-shirts?
So you just pointed it all to me? No, more like the guys, oh, what do you call it? Like the Trapper Keeper that looks like they're from 1991.
Mm-hmm.
All the squiggly lines and multicolors
Like
as a
Lisa
tracksuit.
Frank,
Lisa Frank, that's the word.
the dolphins
And then
and
they
the
mumble
penguins.
rap, those guys. That's not music, that's mental illness.
Fine, I will put on Spotify and let it play on repeat tonight as I sleep.
Well, you'd be one.
I can show up as your #1 fan in your raft this year.
Gentlemen, we have a stalker.
Well, it comes down to me and your moms, so I mean, it's stiff competition.
Hey, you want to fight mom? You go for it. I'm just gonna back up and take bets.
No, I was raised by Southern women. I know how scrappy they get. Have you been to a mahjong tournament? They'll cut your throat.
Yeah. That's why a lot of people I know can't do macrame anymore.
I think you just killed Elena.
Got her.
Not 2 macrame mentions in the same episode.
I knew what I was doing. So, what's the hope? I'm going to be in hospitality, or you're just hoping to find something stable?
Both. But I like the person I'm interning with. I think she'll open up a lot of opportunities.
Interning. That's what we're calling it.
A foot in the door. It's a new industry. Have you tried the job market lately?
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. I don't think I ever asked the other night. So this whole band thing.
Oh, that's
Yes.
a laugh. I do it for
So
fun.
it's not your full-time gig.
No, man, I'm in my 30s. Like the delusion's long since passed. I teach music, but
Oh, like at a school as like an afternoon gig?
a bit of both. Depends on the semester.
And is this where I get to make a hot for teacher joke?
Why are you hot for teacher?
Oh, let me have another beer and we'll see where the night goes.
And he hands you his for a second.
Kate doesn't have that feat.
She's got 2. What are we talking about?
No, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to swig any of the beer or not. Because I do also have to go to work after this.
So the way that this works is
Mhm.
you're not going to get any of the alcoholic effects by you just swigging the beer.
It would be
'Cause
from drinking him who's had a lot of beer.
Be drinking his.
Okay.
Because your metabolism doesn't work in that same way. In order for you to get anything out of beer as a human, you have to metabolize it.
Good
which you
to
can't
know.
do.
It would just taste gross.
It would taste real bad.
Mm-hmm.
And considering how some beers are from a microbrewery, it probably already tastes bad as it is.
Yeah. Could I do a little bit of mind fuckery and make him think I downed the rest of his beer?
It would be a little awkward if you're having him hold the beer still afterwards.
Good point. In that case, I'll just act like I'm gonna and then go, see, I just told you I gotta go to work after this, and you're trying to get me drunk and make a bad first impression?
Well, then I guess you'd have a lot more time to come to my shitty shows.
Yeah, but then I'm sleeping on your couch, I'm eating your food, I'm that weird stalker, and you can never get rid of me because I can't afford my rent anymore.
Oh, shades of when I was 25. Okay, great.
Oh, we all have that time in our 20s, didn't we?
Yeah, and one guy in the band has that time in his 20s, his 30s, and I think he's cusping on his 50s. It's getting a little weird.
Yeah, see, I was just in a shitty shoebox apartment with like 6 other interns. All taking turn buying the ramen based on who it got paid that week. Blowing all of our money on Nordstrom discount clearance because we had to dress professional.
You're really selling the whole DC Insider image to me.
On that,
real hard.
and you get to sign your soul over to Satan.
Okay, I haven't written that song yet, but now I guess I have to.
Look, some guys meet him on the crossroads and play the blues. Some of us get an office on the hill.
Well, I guess I have to write something called The DC Insider Went to Georgia. in C minor.
Well, when you play it, I'll be there for the premiere. I deserve full credit, though.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun? Just you in the crowd, the only person there. Hey, you inspired this. Sorry.
Wow, you really are selling this whole I'm in a band thing. Great.
Well, here's the thing. If you look at it like it's down here, you can be very pleasantly surprised when there's 4 whole people that show up.
Oh, 4 people. What if I
And-
can't make it to the front of the stage? What if I gotta fight them for it?
I don't know. I think mom's bouncing that day, so you'll be fine.
Well, then I definitely can't get in because I'm just a hussy coming to see her son.
Hey. I prefer Trollop.
Okay.
Hussy are what we call those other people.
Oh, I didn't know we distinguished between types of people.
Oh yeah, it's a whole slide rule.
Okay, well then I'm honored to be a trollop.
It's Trollop, Hussy, and because we're in the South, Jezebel.
Not the Jezebel spirit. We'll just have to pray her away.
I'm uncomfortable now, and I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna drink the rest
You
of my
having
beer.
flashbacks to old church ladies with little blue hair?
Yeah, why do you think I got into music? So I can get away from that because it was too loud.
See, but then they get to pray for your eternal soul that's been damned to rock and roll.
Yeah, but then I don't have to hear it.
Good point. But that means there's a VHS somewhere of you singing in the church choir, isn't there?
No, I burned those.
That's what your mom let you think.
Yeah,
She's
well,
saving it all for the documentary because she knows you're still going to make it big.
yeah, well, there's a reason I don't allow her to have a working VCR anymore.
Oh,
Fire
if you
solves a
don't think
lot of
she's
problems.
found one on Facebook Marketplace, you were sadly mistaken.
If she could figure out Facebook, she's welcome to it.
I don't know, man. Isn't it supposed to be like where all the conspiracy boomers live?
Yeah, but here's the thing. She's still part of that generation that's part Luddite, so
It's safer
good
for
luck with
her.
that. Safer for me, anyways. So as the two of you are bantering back and forth, what is the intended outcome of this interaction?
So as we wrap up this date, I would like for him to walk me to my car.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine the parking's a bit removed from the bright lights and the food truck area. It's lit, but a little bit darker. It's easier to mistake someone leaned up against a car having a little makeout.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had a beer or two, and I want him to be able to drive home.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just take a point of blood.
Okay.
Just want a little. As I said, is he opposed to a little nibble on the neck?
I'd say there'd be a little bit of a mutual nibbling going on.
Mm-hmm. So as he walks me back to my car, some of that, I would like to take a point of blood.
You can do that.
And I will leave him with, well, when I finally do get some semblance of a work schedule figured out, I'll have to come see your show, fight all 3 other people for the front row.
Yeah. I'll have to
And
just come on by for a music lesson.
okay. See how good you are with your hands.
Well, I play more than a few instruments.
We'll see.
Night, Kate.
Night, Barry.
And as you part ways,
Do any of the
dislocate-
other players need a cold shower?
I think you might, but now we're going to pick back up with Ellie.
Who is also going on a date with Barry.
Who is Barry? You've just been blood bonded to a Nosferatu. Enjoy. And I'm gonna say that Ellie tastes like that arm smelled.
Hey.
Crying and throwing up.
And suddenly nobody needs a cold shower, but a hot one to burn away our flesh.
Gonna need Barry's mom to pray for you.
Bless her heart.
So,
Hello.
you're waking up in your bespoke alcove in the Warrens. What's your first
Yes.
move?
I have a couple of first moves. The
Mhm.
first one is to text Mason and see if he's available for a chat either now or later this evening.
You don't get an immediate response. While you're waiting for that, who else are you checking in on, or is there any particular task that you're looking to do?
Well, I guess while I wait for that response,
Mhm.
I will work on another side project that
Okay.
I've had. So since I now have the make, model, and license plate of Kate's car, I'm going to start working in getting into traffic cameras to start. I want to start like getting into traffic networks to be getting into cameras and such to start tracing where that car has been going and what neighborhoods it frequents.
Okay. Before I get into that, I do want to do a little bit of a check-in with the player of Kate
Yes.
to see how we're feeling about the potential, not the promise of PvP here, but just the potential. We're good? Or not?
I could not get to the mute button.
Mm.
Well, Ellie, this is a bold choice. Bold choice.
We could admonish the player later, but you're all good with the
Mhm.
okay. So there are some complications with that entire
Obviously.
endeavor.
Yes. This is more of a prodding of
Mhm.
being like how careful is someone
Mhm.
about avoiding, like, someone who's a Nosferatu is always avoiding cameras and always aware. But
Okay.
someone who can be more out and about, like the other clans, probably aren't.
You're going to make an intelligence technology roll.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to say out the gate that no matter what you roll here, even if you are successful, this is not a one and done roll to accomplish getting into the traffic network. This is going to be an extended roll. It's going to take several nights,
Yep.
and this can go very badly. And there are a lot of other complications you don't know about yet.
And that is why, at least for this first one,
Mhm.
I'm going to use a willpower to get one success.
Okay. I'm going to give you an out here.
Okay.
This is not the place to use your willpower.
Okay. I didn't anticipate You're right. I didn't anticipate I would need it for other times before, and that went terribly last time. What am I aiming for?
Just a 6. This is more the fact-finding aspect of this.
Three successes.
Okay. You are used to slightly more metropolitan cities and operating in those kinds of systems and networks. And even in the prior big city that you were in, it had a lot of gaps in that network of the official traffic cams and traffic lights. There were things that just weren't mapped properly or at all. Large blank spots on the map, or simply cost-cutting measures to put one camera in one part of town and no other follow-ups along that path. This is a much smaller town. By doing some simple probing of the local network and simply even looking online for the public accessible cams that you usually find from like the tourist board of a city. Even those are not pointed in the correct direction. They're more scenic than practical. From doing things like Google Street View and other kinds of system pings, it is a non-comprehensive network. There are so many gaps that trying to get any one vehicle without really getting deep into the network and really already kind of knowing enough about them, it would be like trying to find a needle in a stack of needles.
Mm-hmm.
Where you don't even know where the stack of needles is at times.
Right.
So it is very difficult. And you would have to assume that you're not the only one that's been poking around in these kinds of networks.
Yeah, I imagine I'm not the first one, Nosferatu or otherwise, who's been doing this type of thing.
So, basically there are no traffic cams on the Isle of Hope, of which Wormslow resides on the southern half, the entirety of the southern half. There are very few cameras as you start to get outwards. In fact, the more you get towards like Skidaway or Tybee, there's maybe one on the whole island. You get more as you go into the city, but they're sparse, hard to find, and rarely pointed at a direction that matters. There's not even enough speed cameras, of which are not like rolling constantly.
Yeah.
They are getting snapshots trying to catch people going through red lights or just trying to cut through certain places. They're not always active, they're triggered. Right,
exactly. It's a type of thing if you're doing everything right, it's not going to be useful.
Yeah. So it's not that you can't start trying to get into those types of networks, try and find something, but it's not comprehensive enough to map out anyone's real trajectory through a city.
Great. So that gave Ellie a little bit of a test on like if that's a way to like keep an eye on anyone that's not going to be as reliable. I would either need a system I create or need to just be more observant about how things are going in general, because I think in two ways. The one, this is one thing, but another, it is Ellie like knowing that if they need to track anyone down, this may not be the most reliable option in that way without doing more of a thing.
The other thing to consider, and this is the most tedious work anyone could ever do in this particular line of work, and it is private businesses have sometimes their own cams. There's ring cams along certain streets on someone's house. So there are a lot of cameras out in the wild that people install themselves.
Yes.
It is
And that's
the
a lot of
weird
different
thing of
networks.
people who fear living in a police state are kind of installing their own miniature add-on DLC for the police state.
Yeah.
However, cracking into one does not
Does not
get you into
give-
all of them. You would
Yeah.
have to be doing entire neighborhoods and businesses and streets in order to map that out.
The type of thing that could take months if you start in the wrong place.
Yeah. So that is a lot of work, not impossible, and you are not beholden to the wariness of time, but
Right.
it is a thing you can do if you really wanted to just knuckle down.
Yeah. And I think this was not from the looks of this, it's like if it really becomes something
Mhm.
Ellie wants to dive into, they can later. But
Mhm.
the pull of the mystery from last night has really, I think a little bit of it is also that keeps on like coming back up in their head as they're like continuing with their like previous work. So if they don't get a text back from Mason immediately,
Mhm.
they will actually head out into the Warrens and actually go see the one eyeless friend who they would normally not want to try and encounter.
Oh, I'm gonna do something mean.
Oh no.
Meaner. You're mid-step down that myriad of passageways that get ever darker, more labyrinthian, less cultured in its presentation. Architecture gives way to rock, carved and stacked brick and stone turn to rocky tunnel. And as you were getting to that threshold of where the civilized warrens end and the wild warrens begin, you get a text from Mason
Mm-hmm.
in my office. So you have a choice to make. And you get the looming specter of a shadow moving through a shadow in the distance.
Okay. I will text Mason back. Be right there. And like lay out a heavy sigh. Do I feel like I'm being watched right now?
You're in the Warrens, you're always being watched.
True. So I'll like
It's when you're not being watched that you should be concerned.
yeah. So Ellie will like grunt in a little frustration and then head back towards Nason's office.
Okay. Now, as you are back in the civilized part of the Warrens, you find a heavy oak door. You've been in this office before. You sat down across from him at his desk. You haven't been in there in a while, but at one point early on, you were given a ship in the bottle as your eventual welcome to the city. You now have two, as I understand it.
I do.
Do you open the door or do you just knock first?
I knock first.
Yes. Come in.
I enter the room.
Mm-hmm. Close the door behind you.
Close the door behind me.
He has a few books scattered around him on his desk. They look a bit old, not tattered, but just well-kept old books. What can I do for you?
Well, sir, I should probably report something from last night. I don't know if you've been told about something that has been found. I was not involved. However, I was with others who were told about this incident. And it did involve the prince and the seneschal and the sheriff. And I believe the scourge was involved in some way. But it involved well, they're not really sure if it's
The Mudmen.
Yes. So, apparently one was found in the swamps or near the swamps north of here.
I suppose we've been due for a while now.
When do you recall the last sighting being?
2, maybe 3 years.
Was it here in the Warrens or in the sewers?
Not that time, but they have attempted to filter in before.
The prince did mention that. Does it feel like those times they have attempted to enter, it was from a specific area?
There are drainage pipes that lead out to the waterways. Hard to say exactly which one that they would have used, but that would be my suspected angle.
And besides just encountering them face to face, has anyone ever taken a part of them or
all the time?
But no one's ever captured one alive?
Very difficult to take alive a vicious thing. If you trap it, it doesn't cower. It will either kill you or kill itself trying to get away.
But it does try to get away.
You've heard the old idea of wolf caught in a trap will gnaw its own leg off.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing on a worse scale. We trapped one years ago. Caged it. It turned itself to viscera and sludge trying to get through the bars. As if it was trying to force itself through the gap. Imagine a man trying to feed the entirety of its being through a tiny mail slot in the door.
Interesting. So it will do any means of escape, and it doesn't have quite the survival instincts.
It's one way of looking at it.
And the prince mentioned it has been about 50 years they have been coming in. Do you know if it's been happening for longer?
I'd say on this, the prince has the right of it.
Forgive my forwardness. Is there anything of this matter that you think the prince doesn't have the right of?
I think we're all scrambling at theories, so no one has the right of anything in terms of what or how or where. We're all just guessing. Some things make more sense than others, and then another shows up, changes how we view it.
Changes how?
Well, I'm sure the theory has been passed around of acting like a white, other such creatures, or even a flesh-crafted creation.
The Sinitsi were mentioned.
Yes. Well, that is the problem. The ebb and flow seems to suggest one year, another flows through and has the behaviors and structures of another. If anything, that seems to be the design. A consistent inconsistency. Isn't that curious?
Very much so. What is your theory?
My theories have nothing to do with what it is, but why. It's all very good and well to have that answered at some point. I like to write down specifics when I can. But I want to know why it's happening. Is there a force behind it causing it? For example, let's cut into the real deep, dark past for a moment. You ever heard of something called the Bronze Age collapse?
The idea that multiple civilizations that were at that height of their power ended up just disappearing.
Okay, why?
Well, for some it feels like they just disappeared. Some it felt like it just collapsed under its own weight.
Wrong. There's a perfectly simple explanation behind it. Myriad, complicated, but simple. All these stories of sea peoples had flooded into that part of North Africa, Mediterranean. They had flooded in from elsewhere, landed like the beaches of Normandy and took it by storm. Several empires of the day collapsed. Some from the onslaught, some from the cascade system collapse. If the farmers are all dead, the rest of the population starves because there is no one to tend to the fields. Such and the like. The Hittites were one of the main ones written about. Most of the writings from them are, please come save us. And then nothing. Now there's many conjectures on who these people were and why they came to this part of the world. Where did they come from initially? There's archaeological evidence to suggest that there was enough volcanic activity in the northern part of Europe that caused their own system collapse. Sent a population migrating, desperately needing to settle somewhere else. Desperation leads to violence.
Sir, I feel like maybe we've been looking in the wrong place. It may seem random us encountering them, but I don't know. Has anyone in their investigation looked to our food and seeing if they have had any encounters?
As in seeing if the kind have been attacked, killed, mauled. Oh, many have.
Well, I think it might be time to go into some conspiracy blogs.
Have fun with it. I'll give you another, if this is something you're interested in. Though I think you might find it unpalatable. Where do they come from?
The swamps?
Marshes would be the correct term. That is, of course, a major conjecture. It would make sense. It fits the aesthetic, does it not?
Correct.
And yet, for all the trawling of the marshes over the last 50 years, of which considerable resource has been put into it, nothing of any merit has been found.
Well, sir, I do have
If you're
an
about to
idea.
sound smug, I hope you have a good reason.
Well, sir,
There we go.
I had the reason I asked about trapping them and the fact that they do run away was maybe, for lack of a better term, chipping one.
You'd be
See where
welcome
it
to
goes
try.
back.
Here's the thing. Can you trap it just long enough that it doesn't kill itself in the attempt to escape? Can you get close enough to tag it without you yourself getting turned into the same paste it usually leaves behind when it dies?
Good news is, theoretically,
Oh, I love a good theory.
I do have at least two associates who already know how to fight one.
Know how, or simply got lucky and didn't die?
A little of column A and a little of column B.
If this is something that you're going to treat as a serious endeavor, you're going to put behind you abductive reasoning, or it will get you killed. You're making assumptions.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, that was all. Thank you for your time.
What resources do you need for this?
I would need to compile a trap of some kind. I would need probably access to a veterinarian's office in order to get chip technology and something to insert the chip technology into the beast. And I would need to... This goes a little bit more into the investigating. I would need some kind of bait, which I already have an idea of something that might work. But again, I'm not jumping on that because it's just a theory.
You'll want to talk with Fitz.
Oh, Fitz and I have already talked a little bit.
Here's the problem you're going to run into. The traps we have here serve a purpose. Do you know what it is?
Keep others out.
And how does it accomplish this?
Either scaring away, eliminating the threat, or turning it away in some way. Certainly not keeping it in place.
Exactly. The caging was more of an accident. The way that a cascade of traps went through created a cage by incident. We don't have humane rat traps here. Everything we have is designed to kill. Efficiently, brutally.
I'll have Fitz lay off the explosive powder.
Well, I wish you luck. Try not to die. Makes us all look bad.
I'll do my best, sir.
He nods and he picks up his book that he was previously reading and starts to flick the page.
Nods and exits the room.
And as soon as you step outside, you were in, or rather, you fail to look down, as always, and you bump into Alice, who's just staring straight up at you. Hi. What you doing?
I'm having a private discussion, which you definitely weren't listening in on, right?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Does someone want to talk to me, or is that someone you?
Me.
Ah. Did you just want to know what I was doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go scavenging?
Scavenging where, Alice?
I'll show you.
Is this here, or is it somewhere else? That's not how that works.
Yes, it is.
Fine, I have a second. Let's scavenge. What are we scavenging?
And she's gonna turn and start briskly skipping away. I can actually see his soul leaving his body right now.
Ellie's going to just and start briskly following, like jogging a little to like catch up, and then briskly walk after.
Can we fade out on that little image?
Yep.
Okay. Now, is everyone good for a few more scenes? Does anyone need to be up very, very early? Show of hands for we can keep going. Great. I have such sights to show you. You okay over there, Sam?
I'm fine. It's
Okay,
great.
cool. So let me get to a particular note of mine. Poppy, you had gone to bed with your hibiscus, the
Mhm.
odd blue, slightly almost shimmer to it hibiscus.
Mhm.
You put it under your pillow and you went to bed. Eventually, after a long, probably needed sleep, you begin to stir in your bed to the rich, buttery smell of pancakes sizzling on a griddle. The faint sound of the melodic monotone of Robert Smith dances up the stairs. You refuse to open your eyes as you bask in the additional sound of your father's humming, just slightly offbeat to the song. Finally, you hear an upright and friendly shout. All right, Poppets, wake up. These pancakes are going to eat themselves. And you wake up, and it's the here and now, the cloying aroma of butter and syrup already fleeting.
Oh, man. I think Poppy wakes up smiling, which hasn't happened in a little bit. And she kind of lays there in bed for a little longer than she needs to, just kind of basking in that comfort. And I think it takes her a moment to realize, like, was that the hibiscus or was that my brain? And I think she'll decide that it's the hibiscus. And she'll text Olivia. Just thanks so much for the flower. Smiley face. And she'll get up and start getting dressed, play maybe a chess move, trying to kind of like take it easy as she remembers all of the weird things that happened the night before, and trying to piece things together, both the horrific and the cool. Yeah, and is tonight the night that we're doing the drag show, or is that tomorrow night? That is tonight. Okay, so she'll pack like
But I
an
did tell you it would
extra
be after after
after. Yeah,
work,
yeah, yeah.
so
You
it'd be
did have
late.
other things that you wanted to attempt as
Yes.
well.
Yeah, so she's gonna pack her after clothes in a separate bag, a little duffel that
Mhm.
she has, and then she'll, I guess, make her way downstairs, seeing if she can find Nico or Clarice,
Mm-hmm.
because she wants to kind of touch base with them about what happened the night before.
Okay. You see Nico, as you pass by his room, actually, a rather large walk-in closet. And he is like holding shirts and various suits in their myriad of stylings and patterns and colors over himself as he's looking in the mirror. No, not quite that. It's like he's trying to pair the right item with each other, and it's just not happening right that minute. But he's having fun with it. He's not frustrated. He's just putting his palette together for the day.
Love that. She'll like pop her head in just a little bit, be like, having fun with some color theory this morning.
And how to fuck with it? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I think I had some sleeping drugs from Olivia. Maybe, or maybe she was just being nice and gave me a pretty flower.
Well, why can't it be both?
Yeah, maybe both. Maybe both. I finally met her. Super cool. Super cool. Had a really nice time. Really good night up until a point. Have you heard of mud men?
A bit, yeah.
So some of my friends fully like chopped an arm off from a mud man and lived to tell the tale, and then the prince fully like brought us into this meeting, and I had to be there because God forbid a girl's in a group text. And yeah, it was kind of wild, and now I know too much. I'd rather not know about these things. uh and yeah, apparently this is just kind of knowledge that people have. I, anyway, slightly overwhelmed. When did you find out about this? Was this something that they told you? Did they give you a welcome packet or anything?
Oh, I saw one years ago.
For real?
Oh, yeah.
Where? Marsh?
I believe I was on the east road leaving Elysium one night,
Mm-hmm.
and well, I tried to throw my car.
It tried to throw your car?
Yeah.
You were in it?
Yeah, the whole Sky Road ditch thing, more fun than it sounds.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And it threw threw your car, and then
Mm-hmm.
it just left you alone?
No, it was going to make a lovely, endless clown scarf out of my various entrails,
Mm-hmm.
but the sheriff at the time killed it dead until it stopped doing all the things.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Vega or a previous?
Oh, this was long before Vega.
Oh, okay.
This was Garrick.
Garrick. Interesting.
You don't know who that is, do you?
I don't know. I'm new, remember?
Who do you think is in all of Clarice's pictures?
That's Garrick? Oh, the Nosferatu boyfriend. I mean, if you can say, I don't want to dredge up any other awfulness, but what happened to him?
Same thing that tends to happen to a lot of sheriffs. They die on the job.
Oh, fuck. Was it one of the...
Weirdly, no.
Oh, okay.
Mundane, but still awful.
Hmm.
And by mundane, I mean mundane for us.
Right.
Sabat.
Oh, God. How long ago was it?
Maybe 5 years, give or take.
So recent. Oh, shit. Okay.
You have to remember something. For us, when you're with someone for a very long time, a year, a decade is a blink.
Yeah.
So for her, this was last week.
That makes so much more sense. Oh, I've been maybe a little too blasé about that. Not that I've mentioned it at all. Okay. And they were together for years and years and years and years prior.
Long before I was even embraced.
Which was...
Long before now.
Oh, okay. Secret as ever.
It's the secret to more. I just like to fuck with you.
That's fair. Join the club. Okay.
So who's been fucking with you now? Do I have to kill them?
No, you don't have to kill them. I hung out with another, well, I neonate, I guess. Their name is Ellie. Speaking of Nosferatu, and Nosferatu
Oh,
And they had a very particular way of hunting that they brought myself and Miss Fulton to join in.
the Nosferatu took a Ventru and a Toreador hunting. I feel like that is the
The beginning of
start
a
to a
joke.
very weird joke. Yes.
Yeah, or an orgy, either way.
Oh,
But it was
fun.
not that. It was not an orgy. But it was
It's hard to have an
fun.
orgy with three, but
That's true. That's true. But I don't know. Nosferatu can do weird things with their faces. I've learned they can change faces. So, um, but
getting a window into a very perverted room. Interesting.
yes, yes, certainly. But yeah, we had a little hunting thing, which was interesting. The way Ellie plays hunting is like playing hunting. It's like a game. So it was, I don't know. I got to kind of show off my skills from before, and that was kind of exciting.
Hmm.
Anyway, what are you up to this evening?
Trying to put an outfit together for I wanting to go out.
Very nice, very nice. Hot date?
2.
Ooh, good for you. Good for you. Well, I won't keep you because clearly you have a lot of work to do.
Yes, I do.
Yes. But she will like point to like one suit that has like an indigo kind of color to it, and she goes, "I really like that one. If you wanted any sort of sway, I think that's really beautiful."
Indigo, interesting. And he does kind of like pick that up off the rack, and he's gonna just hold it in front of himself. Black shirt, something shimmery.
Ooh, yeah, night sky, gorgeous, gorgeous. Huh.
And he's going to preen and pose for a little bit.
Yeah, and Poppy will see herself out.
Mhm. Do you try to look for Clarice first, or do you just try and get out of the house?
I think Poppy feels a little awk now about Clarice because she didn't have that knowledge that this was yesterday for her. Because in her mind, she was given, Miss Havisham, like stuck in time, like not moving on from something that happened eons and eons ago. And so I think if Clarice is out and about on her way out, Poppy will try to see her. But if she's not out and about, she won't pry.
How hard do you look?
She'll do a soft loop. A soft
Okay.
loop of the house. Yes.
Eventually, you don't find her in the house, but eventually you do see through a window a bit of splashing in the pool.
Oh, she's a swimming beauty, a bathing beauty. Poppy will stick her head out and just kind of say, Clarice, I'm heading out. Do you need anything? I can pick something up for you if you want.
You see her practicing backstroke as if she's doing laps in a very tasteful, very classic all white one piece.
Cool.
It seems to have like lacing bodice to the sides, the cinch in.
Cool.
And she sort of gracefully sort of flops over and then puts her arms up on the edges of the pool, and I'm needing some interesting paints. Find me something.
Ooh, good task. I got you. I got you.
And she just sluices back down and continues.
Great. So Poppy will. I already have it. Helena has an idea for some interesting paints that Helena wants. But yeah, Poppy will go ahead and head out. She'll take her bag with her that has her club outfit. What she's wearing is kind of on a more low-key business casual vibe right now. Just kind of some like gray slacks and a like blue, business casual for Poppy, a blue lace camisole, and then like six silver necklaces. And yeah, she'll
She's
head
got that
out.
Mr. T chic going on.
Oh, you know, for sure. No one's gonna be nibbling her neck, not Barry. No. Um, but she'll go ahead and head
This
out.
her 24 karat layers of gorget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she'll head out with plans to head over to Wormslow.
Mhm.
To potentially, if she sees Olivia, good. If
Mhm.
she sees Paul, good. Preferably
Mhm.
Olivia, because personalities.
Paul is somewhere sad and he doesn't know why. But deep
Yeah.
down he knows why.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
There was another thing you had wanted to do with one of the group members. Is that something you're still trying to do?
She
you
attempted to
have the
do
time?
that last night and was brushed away a bit. Are we talking about Ellie?
No.
Oh,
You
what
had
was I doing?
to go into work instead of the buddy fee that you had initially planned.
I had to go into work. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Scrap the outfit. She's wearing she's totally wearing the tiny little green polka dotted dress, huge chunky heels, and a like a silver choker that has some like red embellishments on it. And she'll text Cora and say, "Hey, did you want to go out? Maybe feed, maybe hunt. I can show you what I do
You'd
before
probably
we."
word that a little differently on text.
Yes. Do you want to go out where I like to go before we hang out with Kate and Chris later?
So as you're
Should I
heading out the
respond
door,
to that now or hold it?
you're going to hold for just a moment because as Poppy's heading out to, regardless of whatever answer she gets, she's still going to Wormslow.
Mhm.
So let's actually move on down to Cora. As you're waking up, you
Okay,
do
yeah.
get a text from Heinrich.
Hmm.
It was... At first, there's just the actual sent ... as a response to the GIF, and he goes, "Which version of the movie are we talking about?" If I could find a way to say "was ist los," but in the most vulgar way possible, is what I'd be kind of going with. But still
Sure.
upper class Vendrew.
Live improv. Savannah's a weird place.
You do see the little dots going back and forth, and he goes, "Oh, well, at least you didn't see Krampus this time."
I'll just laugh at that one.
And he'll send you a GIF of one of the horror movie versions of Krampus, which is basically just any movie of Krampus, because that's a weird character. So, go ahead.
Been a while since we've been awake at the same time. How are you?
Keeping busy. Keeping things not so messy.
Good. Staying safe, though.
Best I can. Not always fun, though.
Of course.
And he does follow up with... I'm trying to think of the correct word to use for this. There's a German word, but it is escaping me at the moment. Do you remember that Scheisse that ruined his car?
Yeah, that's right. I was kind of mentioning him the other night.
You got a new one.
So I need to take another trip.
Well, how about I just let him know you send your regards?
Please do.
Now, this is where I point out some German technicality in the translation here. It said not best regards, just regards.
Mm-hmm.
But on that, he does have to get back to work,
Of course.
as where he is, the night is beginning to end. What do you do with this start of your evening?
Well, I am gonna go ahead and throw the muddy clothes in the hamper, go
Mhm.
and shower off. When I hop out on this in the steam on the mirror, I'm
Mhm.
going to just kind of talk to myself for a minute. I'm gonna draw number 4 and go, okay, pop quiz Cora. Traditions, accounting, right? So you make someone, whatever they do, it's your fault too. So better know what's up. So Mudmen, does somebody know what's up with you?
I like how, in a very roundabout fashion, she did a bit of a Schwarzenegger. Mudman, who is your daddy and what does he do?
It's just innate.
Mhm, mhm. So, what do you do now? What little errands or things do you want to check in on? Eventually, you will have a text to answer, but
Sure. She's gonna go ahead and take another quick look at her phone as she's getting dressed to see, is there a message from Grace waiting for her, because she did suggest that they would meet up eventually again.
there is, and it says, "See you at the house tonight, early."
I'll be there.
Okay. Is there any other conversations you want to try and have before you head out? Before I have a text for you to answer.
Sure, yeah. I will send a text message to Costello. And I'll say, got a personal introduction to some local lore last night. Thought you might know a little bit more about it. Do you want to meet up to chat?
A few moments go by. I'm assuming you're getting ready in the meantime. You're not just looking at your phone like a crazy person.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and put clothes on too. It's gonna be like a top with like it's like a shallow sort of V, kind of sort of like this spaghetti strap, and then black with like toffee like squiggles essentially on it, sort of randomly, and then pants that are like culotta style, so a little bit more. It's sort of like a palazzo pant, but like shorter.
Kind of wide leg,
But
if I'm remembering right.
yeah, exactly. But like, and then same print on that too, and then
So like
just
wide
like a
leg
little,
but tapered in at the waist sort of thing.
yeah, exactly. And then like just
Very
a
Italian.
little simple, yeah, like simple gold bracelet or something to kind of tie it all together.
When you do get back to your phone, you do have 2 messages waiting. One is Costello saying, "Can't right now, can try and make time later tonight."
Sounds good.
And the other would be Poppy trying to invite you out.
What were your exact words again?
Before we go to drag, do you want to go out with me and I can show you the places I like? As like a remember we were gonna like
Yeah,
hunt.
yeah.
Is that something
Wink,
you wanna
wink,
do?
nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. That would be great. It's still out of my comfort zone a little bit, but probably better than the woods tonight.
It'll be fun and so anonymous. You'll have a blast.
Great. Can't wait. A heart.
Okay. I'm assuming you get on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, before we fade out on that, is there anything that you want to focus on while you're driving? Anywhere that you want to buzz the tower of?
Let's see here. Is there anything that I need to? Try to
Your
do
dry cleaning's
that.
not ready yet. Is that's what
I
you're
know that.
thinking
That's
of?
it's another night.
Mhm.
I guess we'll just keep it simple for now. She's gonna kind of like poke at her canines with her tongue a little bit. She's like, I am getting a little bit hungry. And that's pretty much it. I think she will think to herself. No, we're gonna keep that one private. We'll just go ahead and write.
I'll give you
drive.
one to think on then as you're starting to drive.
Okay,
As you
yes,
have
please.
to pass by the diner as you're heading towards Wormslow. And for a moment, your senses are filled with the fatty, aromatic quality of a hamburger, cheese, the works, and how you maybe you wish that you could have tasted properly, or maybe you don't.
Cora's
And
like,
it is starting to make. Well, you tell me, how far down your hunger track are you right now?
I am in a single digit blood pool currently.
Okay.
Not dramatically so,
Are you
but
about half
a
or
bit.
above half?
I am. I guess I'm closer to about half.
Okay. But still over.
But still over.
Okay. It's not as bad as it could be, and maybe you've been disciplined or people have been disciplined on your behalf to keep you from getting too hungry, but you do feel a little bit of that. You could swear your ribs are trying to clench in and fold over each other like teeth trying to bite down on something that it doesn't have access to. And then that sensation's gone.
Like, if this doesn't work out, I'm going back to that diner and getting something real to eat.
I think fading out on that, it's a fun little thought. And that's okay? Okay. Last but not least, Artem. As you're waking up in your little shack, which you've done well to clean up and repair and make not just habitable, but nice for what it is. This isn't someone's edge of the property pool house by any means, but probably the nicest place you've lived in a very, very long time. Even before that stint in the woods.
Yeah, Probably he'll get out, probably take a look around, see if anyone's about. Maybe look at some of his other handiwork too.
Mm-hmm. You do have a text waiting for you, and it is whoever you went through to get the sort of spokes for the stairway. There has been significant progress on that. It's about halfway done, and there are some pictures to show you the progress. You can see that how they're all symmetrical. They are lining up properly.
Nice.
It's just taking time to make sure that that craftsmanship is done properly, but you do have an update for it. You also get a little cheesecake photo of Yvette.
Damn it.
And she's just asking, or rather, she's saying, hoping you've been thinking about me. And if not, why not?
Artem will delete the picture and get out of that message thread.
Remember, they're not a thread. They're just a message.
Perfect. So he can just delete the whole message.
So he's basically going, seen, trying to throw his phone out into the bushes and running the hell away from it. Got it.
Basically.
Okay. So what's your move?
Well, Artem is hungry, so he is going to go out on another little stint in the woods, I think.
So on a scale of 1 to would do an evisceration to a chicken coop, how are we doing?
We're like just under halfway to would do an evisceration to a chicken coop.
So as we were talking earlier about Cora feeling a little bit of that rib flexing in on itself, trying to quell a hunger. You're getting all that and more. You are feeling the searing behind the eyes, the ringing in your ears. It's not deafening. It's not that you can't think, but it is starting to almost literally claw at you.
And he's not the type to let it get down this low typically, so he's kind of kicking himself a little bit.
Well, the alternative being something else would have fed on you, possibly.
Well, that's true too.
On balance.
But still, he could have had more going into the night.
Maybe. So, you're trying to traipse into the woods.
Trying to rustle up some grub.
Is the events of last night playing in his head and keeping him from being effective or not?
Honestly, based on his previous experiences, this is just one more thing to look out for. And it's good to know, but he's not super bothered. He's just more prepared. He did used to live in a wood full of Garu.
Fair enough. Okay. So I guess we'll make this a roll to see how effective this is.
I'm going to use willpower because I need to.
So I guess we're going to do
survival or animal kin.
Depends how you're going about this. If you're just trying to do hunt versus coaxing an animal. So let's just say, are you trying to hunt an animal or trying to manipulate an animal?
We'll say he's trying to manipulate it. He's been learning some skills in that direction.
Interesting. So you have been hunting in this area for about more than a week now.
Yep.
You're getting comfortable. While all woods are different, they're really quite alike in practical terms. What kind of animal are you trying to coerce?
Tonight we're gonna go for a deer.
Deer. It's a bit of a tall order, considering where you are. Well, in the county, it's more built up. Where you are is a bit of a Lagrange point in the sense that it is wilderness nestled within the confines of cities and highways to island townships. Your Alden's domain is a bit of a oddity, an anomaly in all of that. As if time has forgotten this little offshoot road and the forest that surrounds it. Whether or not deer make it out there or not is, let's say, dependent on how well you roll.
Did animal kin perception. Okay.
We are going to leave it at a 6 because it's something you're less competent at. Had this been the regular survival intelligence roll or a perception, this would have been a little lower.
Yeah. Okay, 4.
4.
With the willpower.
4 with the willpower. No ones?
No one. Well, there was a 1, but it knocked out a success.
Okay, so 4 total.
Yeah.
Part of the trick of hunting is knowing where you're standing, being aware of the wind, how it's sending your scent towards your potential prey, or how you are alerting a creature that may look at you as prey. In this instance, you're able to creep along the path, find some tracks that are fresher than you would expect. Sometimes deer do wander into the city confines, and these look like they belong to a larger, healthier deer, likely a young adult. And it doesn't seem terribly aware of you at first. But as you get a little bit closer, because you are manipulating this, you're trying to coax the animal to you, yes?
Mm-hmm.
You've learned not just deer calls, but how to be a calming presence. As you find an overturned log to sit on within sight, and you collected some leaves and berries that you can't do anything with, but it can. In the way you've crushed some of it up in your hand to release some of the scent, and you're just sort of blowing into it like a little hand ocarina to send the scent along the breeze to get its attention. And you put the intact remains down on the shattered trunk of another tree right in front of you, like a little coffee table. And you're not making noise, you're not tapping, you're not making little like knock sounds, you're just being quietly respectful. It takes a while for it to start to hop and dance in your direction as if it does a few steps, sniffs, looks around, eyes you, sniffs the air, hops again. Gradually, slowly, it gets closer and closer until it is eating out of the presented pile. And what do you do at that point? You've already rolled, so we're just trying to see how you're doing this.
He'll just kind of give it a little scritch
Mm-hmm.
and then get in there with the teeth.
So this trailing of the side, just getting it used to your presence so that you can, in fact, get closer. It's a little... You enjoyed your time in the woods before. You
Best time
lived
of my
off the
life.
land. You weren't exactly Disney princess friend to all the animals, but you enjoyed getting to... Well, you didn't have any personal pets, but you had a lot of pets roaming around. Maybe would be the way to put it. Some that maybe you learned, not names, but personalities in a way. Maybe you miss a part of that. Maybe not a particular creature, but just that kind of interaction. And as you sort of nuzzle your face against the warm neck of the deer, for a moment you feel like you are back in that primordial forest. Zoya, having led you to a creature much the same as this, teaching you how to not only lure the animal, that's immaterial, how to treat the animal is more important, to make sure that it walks away from this interaction. The reason why you snorted at Ellie bringing up catch and release. You've had that mastered for a long time now. As you give that little last soothing brush of the side of the neck of the deer, and you lean in, almost trailing your own hand as if to give the soothing stroke before you sink in. How many points do you take?
What would be safe?
An adult deer, I would say, would be 3, because it's going to want to take a nap afterwards.
Yeah. I think I will do 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will sort of catch it if it stumbles. I'll lead it into, a sitting
brush.
position.
Mm-hmm. The recovering position
somewhere
for a
safe.
deer.
Yeah. And
Just in the brush far enough from the water line that some alligator isn't going to crawl up and get it.
mm-hmm. Probably look around for other predators too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'd say based on the roll we already did, nothing else. Your gullet filled. Zoya's teaching intact. Do you go back to the house?
Yeah. I think as I'm walking up, I send Misha a text.
Mm-hmm.
Are you available tonight?
Not right away, but I can make the time. Will update as my schedule updates. Critical or no?
No.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Keeping well?
Yes.
Good. Talk soon. Any other conversations you try to have?
Chris running around?
She's not running around. You haven't seen her yet. But you do tend to wake up later than most. So, you want to call her or you want to look in the house?
I'll look in the house.
Okay.
See if either of them's there.
You don't see the boat. You do see the truck. So one of them's probably home.
Mm-hmm.
The house is quiet. I'm looking at some of the work that you still have to do, but perhaps heartened by the fact that some of the more difficult pieces are already on the way.
Mm-hmm.
You have the tools and the know-how. It's just chipping away. Things that maybe you can spend some time chipping away at now, if you so desired, but you want to go and find someone.
Yeah, I'll probably do that after.
Okay. No one's on the main floor. You'd have to go upstairs in order to see if anyone else is around.
We'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. Alden's, what you presume to be Alden's bedroom. The doors open a half crack, but the way, you know how you can just be intrinsically aware when someone is not in a room or when they are? You have no sense that anyone is in that room. But you see Chris's door is shut.
We'll give it a knock. Just me.
You hear this, you can only fathom that it says come in, but it's just so muffled by, well, as you see when you walk in, she's just face down, just not wanting to move right this minute.
I get it.
What?
You want to ride to the house later?
I'd have to move.
It's not my girl's night.
Fuck. And she's just dead weight, like liquid cat kind of at the moment.
You have time. I'm gonna do some shit first.
Is there anything to break?
Is there?
I will let you collaborate on this point. Do you want to give her something to break or not?
Yeah, I think that could be okay. Do you remember where you put the hammer?
I think it's still on the wall downstairs.
Surely I moved it.
To the other wall?
Fuck, I didn't.
And she does that like corpsing kind of laugh where she's got like a full body belly laugh, but she's not moving from her spot like the kind of people to do at slumber parties or sleepovers when they're kids. They're just laughing at, but they're too tired.
Just let me know. I'll be downstairs.
She just sort of flops up an arm, carry me to the hammer.
Artem will go pick her up.
Oh,
and
shit. I didn't
carry
think he'd
her to the
actually do
hammer.
it.
You're very small. It's fine.
I gotta ask, how are you carrying her? Is this like in your arms, like romance cover, or are we
Probably
talking
more of
like
a
over the,
fireman carry thing.
oh, so across
And
both shoulders?
maybe he takes the blanket too. Sort of similar to last night in a way, actually, if you think about it that way.
She's just, I want to be mad, but I actually kind of like this. Shut up.
He's walking down the stairs.
Okay, I like this less now. Okay. And eventually, I'm assuming you do put her down or you treat her as the hammer. The first swing from her when she rips it out of that part of the wall of some aging, slightly rotted, uh, wouldn't be drywall, but it would be just wood paneling. Like a room that has these half wall wood panels, as if there's meant to be sort of paintings or wallpaper on the upper half. But the wallpaper has long since faded and is one of the first things you rip down. And underneath all that and the wooden panels, just a lot of this had to go. She's had fun with that.
Mm-hmm.
The first few whacks are half-hearted, as if still trying to wake up. And then she does start getting into it. Maybe a little too into it, because there is a bit of forceful
Not there.
screaming. There's that eye roll. Like, really? Now? That's what you want to do? This is the bridge you want
You're
to
gonna
not
bring
cross?
down the house if you do it right there. 3 feet over. Come on.
Which just seems to infuse the next strike. Eventually, she does sit down on maybe like an ottoman that you've thrown some plastic sheeting over, resting her wrists on the pommel of the sledgehammer that is the heavy part is on the floor. I'm assuming you've been doing some things in that time.
Mm-hmm. As she sits down, he looks over, brings out his phone, and says, "I have a bribe for you. You want to hear it?"
What could you possibly bribe me with at this point?
Let's see. So he'll show her the pieces that have been that he was shown earlier today. Say, "Help me put these in. We'll go wherever you want."
Dragnet's not till later.
Well, they're not here yet either, so
Yeah.
it'll be a little later.
She looks like she's going to say something kind of snarky, but she stops. And she looks around at all the controlled mayhem of demoing a house, or at least cutting back the scar tissue. Do you think Atherton would let us watch a movie at the house tonight?
I don't know. I can check.
Do you?
He has no idea.
No, do you check?
Oh, right then? Yeah, sure. She's going to look at his phone and be like,
Mhm.
I have to do this polite.
At that, she kind of leans forward on the pommel of the sledgehammer. Just thinking about that is almost the bribe itself. Well, go on.
He will hover over Mr. Atherson's contact info for a second, planning his attack. He'll press the button.
Ring, ring. Well, hello there, Mr. Yovik. What can I do for you tonight?
Mr. Atherton, I was wondering if I could impose on your hospitality tonight.
Oh, and what do you have in mind?
We've been talking about putting together a movie night. Is that possible?
Well, wasn't that a novel idea? I think we could arrange for such a thing. To do this tonight.
Tonight? Because they've got the drag.
Mm-hmm.
What about tomorrow night?
Well, either night would suffice. It's more based on your schedule. We have no massive plans to take up the establishment tonight or tomorrow night.
Let's plan for tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
Did you have a particular feature in mind?
I think we had a few. Would you mind if I collect a list over the night?
Well, I am intrigued.
If there's anything I can do for you, obviously let me know.
Just try and keep it on good behavior.
Oh, of course.
We'll talk soon.
Thank you, sir.
Click.
That was scarier than the mud man.
I think that is the perfect moment to leave on things. Now, before we start heading on out, I want to see everyone's energy levels. Would everyone feel like they have the energy to do a quick round of how the characters are feeling before we sign off for tonight?
I'm pooped. I'm so
Okay.
tired. It's tomorrow here.
Fair enough. Just wanted to check.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right. Well, on that note, I think we'll be ending right then and there. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for sticking with us, including our very tired players. See you next week.